32%. So in total, he garnered 304,705, representing 98.93%. And basically that tells you how people are clamoring for the comeback of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who promises to rebuild the Ghana that we all want, and of course saving the country from further economic wreckages. But of course, let's try and engage a few people. Basically from the grassroots. Teyin forms a major part of the party structure. Let's find out from them. Since we are on the premises of the UDS, let's engage their president quickly so he can tell us how they feel and, of course, what they are actually giving or what they actually want to see His Excellency John Dramani Mahama do when he assumes power come 2025. Their plans towards the 2024. Generally, the president of Teyin here in UDS. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
How has it been so far? First of all, let me pick your thoughts on the fact that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has gotten an overwhelming endorsement to lead your party into the 2024 general elections.
All right. I would say, looking at the end of the elections, which was held among the 275 constituencies across the nation, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama won with a copy percentage of 98.9%, which gives the NDC the belief from the citizenry that he is definitely going to lead us to the promised land by rescuing Ghana from this inept government. So what I want to say is, I want to urge the rank and file of the NDC and then the youth, the rank and file and the NDC and the youth to remain resolute, come and let's work together as Democrats to help together and then MPP government. Yeah.
Now you look at your wing, that's you fall under the youth wing of the party structure as well. What does this victory of John Mahama mean to you as well?
All right. What I would say is that we, the intellectual youth wing, are more convinced that our lost glory that we have as youth, because we have a lot of graduates who are unemployed. So, and we have the NDC is the only political party in this nation that I'm more convinced that there are those that have the youth at their hearts, and they always make sure that the youth are not left after their struggles and sufferings at the university. So what I'm to say is that I'm assuring all the intellectual youth wing that with John Dramani Mahama as our president, they should have hopes that at least we are all going to be recruited into jobs and make sure that we add our quota to the development of this country.
Yeah. Sedu, I'm grateful. Thank you so much for joining us on set, and I wish you the very best
Thank you
of
very
luck.
much.
The program will start at the main auditorium where we are all waiting for the arrival of the presidential candidate of the National Democratic Congress, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Let's try and engage some other people. But of course, before someone else joins, let me break some other data for you so you know how hard his team together with himself have worked to ensure that this victory is achieved. Take a look at Greater Accra region, for instance. The team together with His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, they went to the 34 constituencies of the Greater Accra region where they met 69,436 delegates where they spoke to them, interacted. If you watch Wezo TV over the period, you would have realized how it was, how people were ready to meet the man. And of course, they covered 624 kilometers all over the Greater Accra region. It tells you how hard he has fought this particular battle. Go to the Ahafo region as well. And one interesting thing about the regions that you need to know is that some of the constituencies in the regions are not close to each other. There is that wide gap, that wide distance. So it tells you how far they have traveled. Look at the Ahafo region, for instance. They went to 6 constituencies where they met 7,200 delegates. And of course, they covered a total of 248.4 kilometers in the Ahafo region, and that tells you that indeed they have done what they must do to ensure that they win this particular race, which didn't really come as a surprise to many. The Ashanti region has a chunk of the constituency. 47 constituencies were covered during this particular tour, and they met 61,970 delegates where they actually interacted. It wasn't just about meeting them, telling them what he has in stock for them, but he actually interacted with all these delegates. He heard from them. They also poured out what they feel that he must do when he comes back to power as well. They have covered, in the Ashanti region alone, they have covered 2,082.6 kilometers in the Ashanti region, and of course that's quite a wide region as well, a big one with 47 constituencies, one of the biggest, if I must say. Now they also moved to the Bono East region, where they covered 11 constituencies, interacted with all of them. They heard from them, they heard from the views. And one other thing you need to know about this whole tour is that it wasn't just about the delegates. The community was fully represented by the kingmakers, of course, the traditional rulers, and some of these constituencies in these regions were fully represented, where he picked some thoughts from them as well. He engaged most of them as well. Let's try and speak to some other people. I'll come back to this particular tracker and break it down further, so I tell you where they have been to and what they actually said to most of the people. Let's engage some other youth. What does the victory of John Mahama mean to the youth particularly, especially the women as well, and then the way forward? Hello.
Hi.
Thank you so much for joining us on Wazo TV. Tell me your name.
My name is Bigo Long.
Great, great. I mean, what does the victory of John Mahama at the primaries mean to you?
Yeah, it means a lot to me, and I know to almost all the NDC ladies out there and to the young ones. It means a lot to us because we are so excited and we are expecting a lot from our incoming president.
Let's talk about staying here at the UDS premises. You go to some other schools, I wouldn't want to be specific and mention names. They look quite vibrant, and they are matching their numbers as well. How ready, how vibrant is staying UDS ahead of the 2024 elections?
Yes, 10 UDS, we are prepared and always ready to go when it comes to NDC as a whole. Whenever we have programs, we go out there, we do our campaigns, we try to reach out to the youths because they are those that we can talk to, and we are the future leaders. So we do our best to come out in our numbers, no matter the program that it is. Yeah.
You putting yourself together for the election 2024?
Sure, we are ready for that.
It looks as if the opposition, the other side, are also breaking into it gradually. What will you do to avoid them getting more numbers on the campus?
No matter how they try, they are not going to get to that particular seat. You know, NDC, we the youths, we are ready to make sure that this particular seat comes back to us, because we know how much it means to us as a whole and in Ghana as large.
What does the name John Mahama bring to you?
Come again?
What does the name John Mahama bring to you? Hope?
Yes, it brings hope and life back, and we know that he's coming to do a lot and revive things in Ghana. Yes. I'm
grateful. Thank you so much for speaking to us as well.
Thank you very much.
There you have the members of TAIN here at UDS speaking, and what she feels whenever the name John Mahama pops up. Basically, it tells you that people, the youth, are very much ready for the comeback of the man they believe is the savior who actually take the country from the downdrams where we find ourselves with the economic woes that are inflicted upon the nation as well. Let's still continue engaging more people. Let's find out from them what they make of this particular decision by the over 350,000 delegates who decided to repose that confidence and trust in His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Of course, Seidu is here. Dr. Seidu is with us here. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's actually 12, so good afternoon, Doc.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
It's good.
I'm grateful. How do you feel as an individual, first of all?
Very happy, very excited that we have chalked this success after promising His Excellency John Dramani Mahama of an overwhelming endorsement, just so we can send a signal to our opponents that we are very ready for power in 2024.
There is this fear that the three northern regions might probably be sharing their votes with the other political parties as well.
Well, that's just a perception anyways. We are working hard. We know the battleground is the northern region. If you are able to get more than 60% of the northern region votes, you are going to win power come 2024. We are going to do our best. We are working things out, and we are not going to leave anything to chance. And I can assure you, today is just the beginning of our victory going to 2024 elections.
Elections are over.
Yeah.
Most of the times people get so bitter and they decide to just walk away. What would you tell the other people, the other parties?
Well, if we had gotten the opportunity as a political party, I'm sure we would have sent all those who contested His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to all lead the party. Unfortunately, we needed one person to lead the party. And when you have two or more people in a contest, of course you have the best. And we think that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is the best foot forward. What we can tell the others is that nobody has won, because when you win an internal, you cannot jubilate, because that is just the beginning, and you need everyone on board. So we call for the opponents of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and their supporters to join us. We can't start celebrating today when we are yet to get into the battle. We have to unite the party, we have to unite our front, prepare very well, and go and defeat the MPP, which we can do, and it's possible in 2024.
Is it possible in 2024?
Very, very possible. And I can assure you Northern Region is going to show the way.
Grateful. I'm grateful for your time, Dr.
I am grateful for
also for
me.
speaking to us. Of course, more views and what they also make of the victory chalked by the John Mahama campaign team together with His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who got an overwhelming endorsement on Saturday from the delegates. 98.9% of the votes being given to him as well. That tells you that people are actually ready for the savior, as they put it. But again, let me go through the tracker one more time before we get to speak to some other people as well. In Ahafo region, I mentioned it earlier, they covered 6 constituencies, met 7,200 delegates, and covered 248.4 kilometers. But again, take a look at it. It was quite clear right from the onset that it was going to be walkover for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Many would have thought that, well, he could have just relaxed, not really to engage people, but he thought it wise that it is prudent that he hears from the many delegates, the various people who matter to the party. Reason he decided to tour all the constituencies in Ghana as well, and that's why we are giving you the breakdown. Let's head to Bono East, for instance, where he actually covered 11 constituencies, met with 13,037 delegates, spoke with them, and then heard from them as well. The kilometers covered was around 1,072.9 kilometers covered in the Bono East region. And if you recall what I said earlier, some of the regions, the constituencies are widely apart. The reason they need to just travel into the hinterlands. I spoke with a few of the crew that followed him. They actually gave us the breakdown of how it was, the feeling that was over the period. But of course, another gentleman here with me. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for joining us on Wezo TV. If you can tell me your name and your designation.
Good afternoon. My name is Sohini MS Yalana. I am the regional deputy treasurer of the NEC.
Oh, then you have the money.
Yes.
How did you put this together? How did your team support His Excellency John Dramani Mahama's campaign?
Yes, thank you very much. It's rather the right question you've asked me. I've been in the beginning of the process. I think in the northern region, the strategy was that first of all, we form up a team of which I was part.
Okay.
Our first mission was to meet all the revered chiefs here in the northern region and the Malam, the pastors. We went around with the overlord of Dagbon, went to Wulinsi, went to Bimbila, with all the 18 constituencies where the chiefs are revered in the society, and the Malam, the pastors. I think I was part of the group together with Dr. Nashiru, Ken Wujanja, regional secretary, regional chairman, Adolf, regional secretary, a lot of people, and then the Council of Elders, Kasulana was there, and I was part, with including the former minority leader, Honorable Inus Afuseni, Honorable Alasan Suini. Together we went around to meet all the chiefs and inform them the plans of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama coming back to salvage the people of this country from the hardship we are facing today. Indeed, some of the chiefs admitted that it's really the right time for us to come to them. That if indeed we had not even asked His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to come back in 2024, they would have equally requested that he should come back. These were the message from the chiefs. They were so excited, mentioning a man who has done it before. And they've mentioned some of the projects he's done in their communities and the region. And then they are sure that if we are able to bring His Excellency John Dramani Mahama back, we'll be able to rescue this country. From that stage, we went again and then informed all constituency and branch executives to gather at a blue. A week to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama coming to this region, we went around again and met all the executives, the branch executives, the constituency executives, just 2 days before His Excellency John Dramani Mahama came to this region. So we started on a very good note, where we met the reverse stage to the constituency and to the final stage when His Excellency John Dramani Mahama came visited the region.
Are you impressed with the 98.9%?
Yes, I am impressed, because our plans was to get 100% vote across the 18 constituencies, 100% in all. But you realize that we have spot ballots. I was in Saboba, I was monitoring the odds of Saboba 99.9%. And I'm sure across the region we work. And if you look at the Fourth Republic, under the Fourth Republic, a history has been set. Presidential primaries, right from President Rawlings, President Kufuor, President Mills, and President Mahama himself today, had 98.9%. That is a record in the history of presidential primaries in this country. No person has ever attained that percentage. So I'm so impressed. I'm so proud of it. Comparing to as of 2019, when we had 95%, it tells you that Ghanaians and the NDC in particular are ready for a man who has done it before, a man who has brought in, who has changed this country, who has transformed life, especially in terms of human development, in terms of infrastructure. For us in the northern region, why and what we should be looking for to see in this man is our Tamale International Airport. Today, our mothers who used to fly from here to Accra to sleep in canopies, no more again. He extended the runway, brought in a lyrical lightning system in Kumasi, praying Canaan land here. We are proud of it, and we Muslims in here, and then everyone who travels from here to Mecca should remember His Excellency John Mahama. We also remember him for the phase 2 of the TTH. The TTH project today is a very splendid project. I am surprised that this government has come, and when you go to TTH now, the thing is now a laughing stock, because there are many facilities that were put at the place for patients, for families to be able to have access to it. Those facilities are destroyed, and this government and even the CEO cannot even put it up. We also look at the Fufuo Solar route. We are so proud of it, because today you can travel from here to within 4 hours you are there. Earlier it used to be 8 hours. So we are proud of some of the development projects in our northern region, in this part of this country, especially when I hear my brothers and sisters talk about Dumso. President Mahama never managed Dumso. He came to meet Dumso and he brought an end. We added 500 megawatts capacity of power and brought an end to energy crisis in this country. So I am proud that if we find a man who has done it before in this country, we are so happy to hear him come back. And look, this is a testimony. If we can find 98%, 98.9% of NDC voting for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we only need the middle belt, those who are independent thinkers, few of them to come on board. But I'm sure that Ghanaians have seen the kind of the state we are today, and no Ghanaian will ever trust whether it is Bawumia, Alan Chamati, Kudu, Akotose, or any other person. They can never trust them over His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. So I'm sure that this is a sign and a victory for us in 2024. All we need is that everyone should come on board. We need everyone on board. This is the time for all hands to be on deck for us to salvage this country from the very suffering we have found ourselves today.
I'm grateful. Thank you so much for speaking to us this afternoon. And that actually is the Regional Deputy Treasurer of the Northern Region, Suhini Yalana, speaking to us as well. You heard him clearly how prepared they are and how enthused they are about the fact that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has gotten the nod to lead the NDC into the 2024 general elections. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, the conversation continues right here from the premises of UDS. Stay with us on Weasel TV.
Watch your favorite TV show.
Ghana, attention! Come on! The victory of Muhammad!
Because you share the Ghana, I want to share any money I will. It means on any pa. Osan ba obetumi ama ye ho atimi atoye.
Ono na oma Jamando for yetimi ho nkane a ebenya akwan papa afaso ono a.
Enti enne de ya ye papa John Dramani Mahama abebedu enchen. Epese me kan matimamfo nyina hu se ye papa no esan ba biem.
Wey eye communal labor obi ansor na yento aba e ma John Dramani Mahama.
Executive no nyina yento aba no emfa mai papa John Dramani Mahama na onya 100%.
Want GM to come, including even the MPP themselves. They need a change of government. We need a competent, a down-to-earth. We really need a political surgeon to come and restore the health of the country.
More than 100% yes. He has to come.
We've never had someone who have had a one-term experience going back to reflect. So he comes with a lot of reflection and circumspection. He comes with a lot more vigor, having been back in opposition for 8 years. And we all know that he is a transformational leader, and he certainly has reflected. This would provide us with a leader who would not only hit the ground running, but running the right direction.
You don't measure the greatness of a leader only by his achievement, but you look at the obstacles that the person has overcome.
I believe that John Mahama has what it takes: the experience, the wisdom, the track record, the integrity to take Ghana back to its position of destiny.
Akufo-Addo does not have the experience, and we can all see he didn't have the experience. He's collapsed the economy, nothing is working well. So since he has been there, he knows how to get us out of this mess. I'm sure Ghanaians would rally their votes behind him to come and save us, because we're in a mess.
We are at a place where the country is almost shattered, and we need someone who has the requisite skills and the needed expertise around him to execute the job. That person can only be John Dramani Mahama and no other person else.
In leadership and the electorate, you must build trust. And this is what President Mahama has been able to build. He's been able to establish trust between himself and the electorate, especially at the grassroots level.
The country has to progress. The only person that has got the magic wand, the only person that has done it before, the only person that has uplifted the people, and the only person that continues to have the passion, the commitment, and want to go the fuller extent of providing relief to the people and ensuring their sustainable livelihoods. It is Excellency John Mahama.
I believe that with his return in 2025, Ghana will rediscover her true self, and Ghana will be back on the path of progress.
He didn't let us sleep. He pressurized us. 2 a.m. calls, 12 midnight calls. He said, I said I will fix Dumso, and I'll fix it. And he fixed it. He takes things that are damaged and he recreates or rebuilds them. It is these characteristics that make me know that even though the economy is in shambles, if he comes back, or when he comes back, he will rebuild and he will fix it.
Amene na biase be susu kata ye ohia be John Dramani Mahama natural bova. Egma John Dramani Mahama enya amade yike duwo ngbe le epe won teteme. Yifia be me duwo ngbe no yike matenwa wo.
John Mama efe ko ha wo loye wa denche. Ne ebomode ha wo. Ene wo loye po wo wole manche ni mancha jete John Mama.
Mimi say aboso kan eye baby a o be ka say high MPP for yi, but NDC for hapa ena Nisi shebi a ode ba ya na bua yen e che na do de no. Because e kwa yi niam ne niam bia ya se ya ka bibia opo ni nyansa na na da.
Bia ne la abo moto ele nche wo na ekopo wo yi. Woli aka ke dollar e wo no fe no etenwe. Shika no bi etenwe pole nche ba ko ni wo yi. Wo yen shika wo na anu wo ba yi.
Time ni wa wo jatun. Dollar yen 17 plus. Bia ne ka ba 12. Kuma wa wo jatun 17. Se be to chi o jatun. Onya o che no.
Now the name Nkoye Kurao. Obi Bana Obi Opebibi no Kurao.
Stay with us here on Wezo TV. Remember, this is the special coverage of the post-election acceptance speech by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who will soon be arriving to tell us his views and what he has, the message he actually has for the entire populace. We are live from the premises of UDS. Let's get to interact with more people so we get their views as well. Joining me on set is Hajia Azara Mahama. She is a leading member of the NDC here in the northern region. Hajia, salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
How do you feel knowing that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is back to lead the party into 2024 general elections?
I'm very excited that he's coming back to lead us.
All right, so if you can put the mic closer to your mouth, grateful.
Very excited to hear that he's coming back to lead us.
Does it bring anything different? Does it bring hope?
Yeah, he brings hope. He's a good son of us, and then he's coming to support our children. We being the mothers. Poverty is too much in Ghana. Everything is spoiled now. He's coming to put it right for us.
You are a leading member of the NDC here in the northern region.
Yes, I'm one of the Council of Elders.
Great. So, I mean, why John Mahama?
Yes, John Mahama has sympathy for people. He's a good man. He's a very good man. So, instead of anybody who come in to try, we want him to come and do what he did before.
He's a savior, I guess.
Yeah, he's a savior.
What does this mean to women?
Women, we have no adjective for that. I don't get an adjective for him. He's very, 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 very good for women.
Great.
I know what he can do for women.
Great. I'm grateful.
So we are also happy for him to come and put us through. We are just tired. Look at what is happening. Samanwale, anything you can, even salt. We used not to be buying salt. Now you can buy salt. If not 5 cedis, 10 cedis. So you can imagine anything. We want him to come and help us so that we can be buying it like we used to do.
Hajia, thank you so much for speaking to us. Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you so much. So there you had Hajia Azara Mahama, a leading member of the NDC here in the northern region. She's actually part of the Council of Elders of the NDC as well. And she has laid it bare. Cut across, it looks as if that is actually the conversation. That is what a lot of people are saying. They feel that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama wields the power to change things around as far as the downdrams of the country is concerned, the economic woes in which we find ourselves are concerned. They feel that he is the rightful person who will actually take us from that particular dig hole that we find ourselves in. Faustina Lambon is also a student here in UDS. Faustina, how are you doing? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm doing very well, thank you.
You are a student.
Yes, please.
I mean, educational-wise, has set some great records in the past. Coming back to lead the NDC, what does it mean to you as a student?
So excited. When he won the primaries, I was so excited, and I really can't wait to have him back as our president in this country, because John Mahama is a kind-hearted person. He's a very good man. He has people at heart, and he really thinks about the youth, and he thinks about our future. And I think having him back as our president again, we those who are still students here, when we compete, our job and our welfare in the future is rest assured.
It's assured, guaranteed. Yes. Great. So Faustina talks about the fact that once His Excellency John Dramani Mahama comes back, jobs will be assured, welfare will be assured as well. But on campus, what has been the general view of your colleagues, your mates as well, ever since after Saturday's election?
On campus, everybody has been excited, especially the 10 group on campus. And we're all looking forward to our leaders up there, the national chairman and all the our leaders in the parliament, to put all their efforts and put all their minds and their ideas together, making it sure that 2024 elections is going to be victory for NDC and for John Mahama as well.
Thank you so much, Faustina, for speaking to us. Thank you so much. Okay, so there you heard one student from UDS, and she also believes that once John Mahama comes back to power, jobs will be assured. So on the screens now, a recap of what happened within this last 3 months or so, how the team together with His Excellency John Dramani Mahama have been touring the over 275 constituencies. Bear in mind, South has also been added, and of course the NC held their election in that area as well. So on the screens now you have it, how they have been moving from one constituency. So we take a look at some other parts of the tracker in the eastern region. For instance, the team were able to cover 31 constituencies. They visited about 31 constituencies where they met with 34,236 delegates, covered 861 kilometers in that particular constituency, and of course that tells you how hard the team has worked. I'm just some of the key campaign team, and then we'll get the view how well they have put this one together, how tiring has it been, and what do they make of this particular achievement of the victory as far as the comeback of John Mahama is concerned. So let's take a recap of what really happened within these few moments. Stay with us.
His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, esan babi mu ne say ono o abadaye edema omanga mama mreno me tubare be 600 me ton ekoto moto ena me tubare be 1000 mintumi enkoto bicycle kura senior high school sa open be see ye da bia sabe obi yale obeda kura no sabe na eden ba papa no atumi afo so ama sa na me nyina on the 13th May no anuanu mo mesrese ba bibiara wono ya be sore waka na ya kwa poto aba in numbers
in 50%, 60%, you for some more than 90% near who say ampa aye bia for ono na oni madwumai enti mashmaya de mashebe munyamo sa kwan no so.
My message to JMS, he shouldn't worry. He was not even supposed to come here because the work has already been done.
Under his tenure, we saw a massive improvement in terms of infrastructure, development, and so many other things.
We can only point to the developmental projects within the district, and those things are in credit. The delegates who are going to vote, the constituency executives, the branch executives, have all decided that they are going to vote massively, 100%.
I am for JM, and then I'm just preaching that each one should vote for JM.
We are assuring him that he is not going to miss one from Nkransa North.
Ghana, I get him. And Obia, why you depend here? You put that in the bar. About it, you do my pastor.
You won't see it. You are Ghana, we are other slaves. You are Kwasumu. Migala Kubinya family. Migala Kubinya family. Minya Ghana Bio, that Migala Kubinya family. Omelo, and also Satan, and what was it? Bigger boy, yen to me, I can cry.
Let's let it be. Money be a day, and I mean, I'm a Kamu. Nti me said the delegate in here, Mumbo de Antu Abama JM, not JM or back, or bank to Nami, sure say you better.
Yenina yati and once this go be an in there. Why, the delegate may set up be into a mama dear.
May 2 delegates for say, yes, my day, and for a dear some hammer bar. What a bagana.
We have seen his experience in education, in health, infrastructure, all aspects of our economy. As far as our country Ghana is concerned, Ghanaians said he should come back. Though he has just 4 years, we believe within that 4 years, he will turn things around for Ghanaians to at least have some respect. So my message to delegates that are going to vote on the 30th of May, don't make a mistake in voting for somebody who you know is not going to win. Point where we are now, Ghanaians don't want that. Go vote for John Mahama. We need about 99% to send that strong signal to the MPP that John Mahama is still popular within and is still popular in the nation at large.
Because I want to Nami. See what I hear when Nami learn what pro. I want to know that Nami. I don't hospital so Nami. Many you. Polyclinic, but oh yeah, when Nami. That means it's Majibama endorse 99%. Nami Aquene, and Yamakogane, Vagato, Minami Cho, Mina for Jimmy Dapona John Dramani Mahama. Yakomi Kogana, Ella number 1, na ide, na Bedara the Kaji, na Delava Haji number 1.
Alright, so many thanks for still staying with us here from the premises of UDS, where we are actually waiting for the arrival of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who will address the teeming supporters of the NDC. Trust me, this has been open to the general public as well. The euphoria here is quite great. It's something to actually say a big thumbs up to the organizers for putting this one together right here at the premises of UDS. I mean, party folks in their colors clamoring for the return of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. But let's get to speak to Abdallah A. Baba. He is the Northern Regional Organizer. Let me find out from him how they have been able to put this particular program together as well. Abdallah, thank you so much for joining us on Wizard TV. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
You're a tired man, I guess.
Oh, no.
It's part
I cannot be tired until JM is elected.
In 2024?
2024.
How easy is that?
Oh, it's very easy.
And
because
why should JM?
Because the good works of JM is everywhere. So once he has done it before, everybody have the confidence that he will do it again. And as you are aware, we have gone around 18 constituencies in the region with His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And the call for him to come and rescue the good people of this country is overwhelming. So I have no doubt in my mind that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will rule this country once again.
I mean, he won by 98.9%. Is that a clear indication that, yes, indeed, the people want him back?
Yes, it's very clear, and honestly, our projection was even 100%. Unfortunately, the third contestant, that is the spoiled ballot, affected our total votes that we were expecting. But having said that, the 98.8 thereabout is good, and it gives indication that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is a people's choice for Northern Region, and Northern Region is for him, and he is for Northern Region.
I'm grateful, but moving forward, I mean, what are you putting in place to ensure that all that you are saying is achieved in 2024?
Honestly speaking, I'm not a proud organizer as I speak to you now. Because Northern Region, it's unfortunate that we are sharing the 18 seats equally with MPP. Exactly. I think it's so bad. Unfortunately for us, we have been able to identify the wrongs in the past, and we have corrected it. Everybody that matters in the region is on board. everybody, all those who contested from branch level to constituency to regional, they are all on board. Our senior comrades, everybody hands is now on deck. Talk of Dr. Nashiru, talk of Honorable Yunus Afseni, talk of Haruna Idrisus and the like. Everybody has now been brought on so that we can prosecute the agenda of getting back the seats.
Abdallah, I'm grateful. Thank you so much for speaking to us.
You are most welcome. Thank you very much.
So there you had the Northern Regional Organizer of the NDC. Yes, I am Abdallah A. Baba speaking to us as well. But of course, the clarification we got from the team with regards to the number of spoiled ballots or rejected ballots, to be precise, is that I understand that the votes from Dufour's side, or the votes that Dr. Kwabena Dufour got, was actually added to all of that, raising the tally went a bit up on that particular day. But to a large extent, I have said it on Saturday that it's high time the various political parties start educating people on how to vote, the pattern to vote, so that going forward into the general elections, we wouldn't have more of these false ballots or rejected ballots as we have seen in the past, not just because of this particular election. But on Saturday, there was this young lady who was part of the conversation in studio with me. Bridget Boni is here, looking all clamored in her Fugu NDC colors. How are you?
NDC has won, so...
What did you learn when you got here? What language did you hear?
Interesting, I didn't even try. One woman tried speaking with me, I was like, please, I don't understand.
Okay, I learned Salam Alaikum.
Salam Alaikum is...
It's basic, but I learned it. Now I understand it
so
properly.
So you don't know Salam Alaikum?
I now understand properly.
Okay, so Salam Alaikum.
Salam Alaikum. Malaikum Salam.
Oh, okay.
Bridget, how are you doing? You were so much enthused on Saturday. You were very much eager that John Mahama will win with an overwhelming endorsement.
You didn't believe me?
Are you impressed with 98.9%?
Am I impressed?
Yeah.
I already told you he was going to win. I told you there was no contest. I told you it was just a formality. So I was not surprised.
Your predictions came?
It's not a prediction. The man has already won before the election started. So it was just a normal thing. It was just a formality. It was just something for people to know that, okay, we still love him and we still want him to be the flag bearer. We want him to be the president come 2024, 2025.
What are you expecting ahead of 2024 elections, now that he has gotten the nod to lead the party into the elections?
I'm expecting a lot because I'm a woman. And coming from a woman's perspective, he's one of the presidents that have had enough, not enough, some women in his government. We all noticed that Akufo-Addo increased his number of appointees. And even though he increased the number of female women in his government are few. With all the increase, the women are still few. Yeah. But JM that number had a lot of women. So I'm hoping that 2024, 2025 going in, he would have a lot of women in his administration. And hopefully, since he appointed a female as his running mate, I'm hoping he maintains.
Are you calling for that?
What should I call for? That you should be the running mate, or another man should be a running mate. Definitely, I will call for a woman to be the running mate because I'm a woman, and I am hoping that we get more opportunities. And I'm happy he is the one doing it. GM is just visionary. He knows what has to be done, and he's doing it. And as a woman, I am impressed. I am happy, and I'm rooting so much for him to win and come and get a lot of women running this country.
I'm grateful, Bridget. I'll catch you at the flip side.
Thank you, Randy.
Thank you so much. So there you had Bridget Boni. Let's get to speak to some other big weeks of the party. Gradually, the momentum here is getting so high. Teaming supporters of the party are trooping in gradually as well, waiting for the moment, the man they have all been calling the savior, indeed, who gets this opportunity to speak. I spoke with this particular man a few weeks ago on the dialogue. Now he is here with me, the former MP and former Minister for Roads and Highways and also Lands, Honorable Inusa Hussaini, is with me. Honorable, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you too?
Good. How are you enjoying somebody?
I'm very fine. So far, so good. I've enjoyed some. I've enjoyed some Tuozapi last night. I'm waiting for another round this afternoon as well.
Very well.
And then the Zuya. I'm waiting for that Zuya. Yeah. Honorable, how have you been?
Well, it's good.
Okay, so kindly raise the mic with the drink.
It's good. It has been good. Yes.
Now, John Mahama, under whom you worked in the past, has gotten the nod again to lead the party into 2024. As an individual, as a former MP and also a former minister, what does that mean to you?
Well, John Dramani Mahama is an enigma in the NDC. Since he started contesting the presidential primaries, he's not gotten below 95%.
Yeah.
So there has never been any doubt that he is overwhelmingly loved by the NDC. Now, the last time he got 95.6%.
Yeah.
Now, so this time the challenge was, you don't have to come down, you have to go up.
Yeah.
I mean, coming down will mean there is a diminution in the support base of the party.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to say that the delegates appreciated that and gave him 99%.
Yeah.
Because 98.9%.
Yeah, if you round it up.
It's 99%. Yeah. And that's wonderful.
Does that really tell a story that the NDC is poised up for 2024 elections in reclaiming power?
An assessment of the processes leading to the election of John Dramani Mahama as our presidential candidate clearly shows that NDC is more than poised. NDC is ready, is battle ready. I mean, the process started when we started the branch auditors, when we put in place branch executives. Now the branch executives, after having been put in place, went ahead to elect constituency executives. The constituency executives then elected the regional executives of the various regions. Now, the regional executives, together with some constituency executives, elected the functional executive committee. And now, the party, together, working together in unison, have elected our flag bearer. That is the climax of the whole reorganization of the party. And the election and the mandate given to John Dramani Mahama to lead us into the 2024 election has been so resounding that you cannot help but think that election 2024 is within grasp.
What does the name John Mahama bring to you and to the larger people as well?
John Dramani Mahama, as a former president, as a former vice president, as a former minister of communication, as a former member of parliament, as a former assemblyman, clearly depicts somebody who is experienced at all levels of our political structure. He's seen it. He's appreciated the difficulties. I mean, Ghana today is in turmoil, is in difficulties. I mean, the country has never sunk so low. Now you need somebody who will come and stabilize the country. You cannot afford to experiment on anybody. You need skilled hands to come onto the seat and stabilize the system. John Dramani Mahama has no equal in terms of the political landscape because he's been there before and we want him to continue. Sometimes I think that Ghanaians are extremely lucky because here you have a man who was there before, who superintended over the country for a period of 4 years, who partnered Mills for a period of 3.5 years. And so when he gets onto the seat, he will hit the ground running, literally.
Let me push you a little bit to the wall. What do you make of this current administration and their fights towards ending Galamsey?
Well, first of all, this government, this administration is an unmitigated disaster.
How do you mean?
Every facet of the Ghanaian economy, every facet of the Ghanaian society has been affected negatively by the administration of this government. Now, talk about the Galamsey. The environment, the degradation in the Galamsey sites is so debilitating that you wonder whether this government is thinking of the future generation. I mean, people in the Galamsey sites are having to contend, to deal with kidney diseases because of the use of hard substances that are now ingested by the people. The very heart of our economic base has been attacked by this government through Galamsey, unregulated illegal mining. That cocoa fields have been targeted and are being destroyed. In fact, last year, the European Union warned Ghana that they might stop importing cocoa beans from Ghana because of the the presence of illegal substances in the beans. Now, look at our water bodies. Our water bodies are virtually dead, cannot support any aquatic life. Why? Because people who are close to power are those who are engaged in the Galamsey activities. And that is why Frimpong Boaten's report does not come to anybody as a surprise, because during the second attempt to fight Galamsey, there was an overwhelming consensus that people who were closer to the seat of government were those who were perpetuating this violence on the people.
But that has been denied as well. What really are the evidence available to prove or ascertain that indeed these people are engaged in Galamsey? And people also make the argument that under your watch, we still couldn't fight Galamsey.
The evidence, the evidence is astounding. Now, between the period 2017 and 2018, that was when there was a total ban on small-scale mining. Within that same period, that was the time Ghana exported the largest quantity of gold from the small-scale mining. Tell me, if you have placed a ban on mining, how come you export that quantity of gold from the small-scale mining sector? So clearly, it meant that what they simply did was to stop all other people from mining except their own. Now, secondly, you heard that the late Sir John was being accused of chiefs in the western region of mining in forest reserves. He denied it. But now the evidence is clear that he did that. Now, Nana Addo Dankwa himself put his presidency on the line when he said that he wanted to fight Galamsey. When the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources issued a directive at Akunta Mining to stop mining, it was Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the president, who exonerated Akunta Mining. No one is there that Nana Akufo-Addo has been busy shelving, has been busy shielding his appointees from prosecution. That is why we are where we are.
Maybe finally, before I let you go, because any moment from now the program might start, what will the next NDC government do to fight this particular menace?
Now you see, is it Shakespeare who says that in his book, The Macbeth, that when good people refuse to act, bad people take over. And I'm happy that come 2024, December 2024, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will win the flag bearership contest, no, the presidential contest of this country, and form the next government. He is inherently a good man. He appreciates the difficulties facing this country. He will not be impartial in the implementation of the laws. It is when people see that you are implementing the laws fairly and impartially that you will garner support to be able to deal with this matter.
Honorable, I'm grateful. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon, and I wish you the best as well. So there you had the former member of parliament also speaking to us, and also he made several attempts when he was Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. He made a lot of efforts to ensure that the fight against Galamsey is actually a war. He served as the former Minister for Roads and Highways. So Honorable Inusa Fuseni, he just spoke to us now. But let's get more views. Let's get to speak to some other people. John Mahama matters to a lot of the youth as well. And what's the way forward? What are the youths doing to ensure that, look, come 2024, what may His Excellency John Dramani Mahama get the nod? Honorable Fuseni mentioned that it's quite unfortunate, it was rather Abdallah who mentioned that it was quite unfortunate that here in the northern region, the 18 states are equally divided into two with the NPP. What is the way forward? Joining me is Mumuni Believer Lakbilimo, who is the regional youth organizer. Good afternoon, Believer.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me, my
Grateful.
brother.
I mean, let me put it straight to you. What is in this for the youth, the comeback of John Mahama?
I think basically let me start from the restructuring of the party structures or department, right from branch to constituency, region, national, and then we have a flag bearer as we speak. If you look throughout all these things, in addition to the parliamentaries, you realize that the youth are dominating, or the presence of the youth is so pronounced that in everything that the party has to do, right from the restructuring to where we find ourselves today, it's all about the youth. So indeed, today's service, today's ceremony means a lot to us, and the youth are poised and prepared to make sure that we unite as a body and as a department to ensure that we work hard to bring the party to power. If we have to assess our elections right from 1992 to now, each electoral year is determined by the youth. So as the leader of the youth in Northern Region, we are poised to ensure that the seats that we have in the hands of the MPP, this time with the parliamentary candidate that we've gotten, and having had our flag bearer in the name of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we are going all out to annex most of these seats and ensure that the previous glory that Northern Region had as the second stronghold of the region in terms of NDs as a party, we are going back for our former glory.
How formidable is the youth wing of the NDC in the Northern Region?
The youth is as solid as you can see, although there are one or two things that we need to polish up in order to take off very well. And we are on course in ensuring that we'll bring everybody on board. The rank and file of the youth wing in the region is worked on, and then we'll have a very good takeoff that can give us the results that we are looking out for.
Well, maybe finally before I let you go, 2024 is just near the corner. What are you doing to help the comeback of the NDC in that election?
Yes, and if you look at the structure of the party, we are going timely according to our calendar, especially as a party in opposition that wants power. So we are putting a lot in place. Some cannot be discussed here. A lot is being done at the background so that in executing, we'll be able to get the results that we want. And at the end of the day, I always tell my youth that it's not about effort, but it's about results. So expect the results from us as a youth wing in the region.
I'm grateful. Thank you so much for speaking to us as well, Mumini.
My pleasure.
Do enjoy yourself in there as well.
Thank you.
There you had the regional youth organizer of the NDC here in the Northern Region, Mumini Believer Lakpalimo, speaking to us and what he thinks that the youth will do to ensure that victory is assured at the general elections come 2024. This is Wezo TV's live telecast of the post-election acceptance speech that will be delivered pretty shortly by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and we are live from the premises of the University for Development Studies, UDS to be precise, in the regional capital of the Northern Region, Tamale. The euphoria, the momentum, I keep saying, is gradually getting intense. The traditional rulers from all walks of the community or the region are trooping in their numbers. Former appointees are also here in their numbers. I must also tell you that MPs as well as the former MPs are all gathering here for the moment where His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will get the opportunity to speak and address the public as well. So this is actually a program that is open to the entire public, and of course the auditorium is already filled up to capacity. And I must tell you, during the campaign tour, he's been speaking at length. He stated quite a number of things that he will be doing when he comes back to power. The issue about fighting of Galamsey, the issue about fighting against corruption, where indeed he mentioned that there's going to be that governance advisory board that will be put in place to check the human rights of Ghanaians. I mean, when we dug deeper, the explanation we got is that, look, we don't need to sit back and wait for another nation, another country that one way or the other might be struggling with issues on human rights here and there. Also, I mean, telling us what we need to know about our own human rights. So he is going to put in that particular council that will ensure that, look, the fight against, I mean, ensuring that the human rights of people are respected will be put in place. He spoke about also, I mean, a lot of other things that he will continue as far as abandoned projects by this government is concerned. Let's see what happens in this afternoon's encounter when he comes on board as well. We will speak to some more people quickly so we get to know what this particular win of victory means to them as individuals, as former appointees, as member of parliament for the various constituencies means as well. Let's get to speak to the MP for Boku Central, Honorable Mahama Ayariga. He is joining me so we can have that quick interaction. Honorable, I'm grateful. Thank you so much for joining us on Wezo TV.
Thank you for the opportunity and the privilege.
Are you a satisfied man that indeed His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is back to lead the party into 2024?
Well, I've always been an advocate that the best person, the most experienced hand that we have is John Dramani Mahama. I mean, where our country has sunken into, if you look at the collapse of institutions that we are witnessing now, the collapse of the financial sector, the levels of corruption unprecedented, the best hand that you can find to lift us out of where we find ourselves now is John Dramani Mahama. He has the experience. He's been through it. He understands what the job is. That's why we as a party, our best bet is John Dramani Mahama. And I can see clearly that the rank and file of our party agree with all of us. And that is why they've given him this overwhelming endorsement to lead the party.
Let me also put this on record. Let me congratulate you for retaining your seat as well. How does this mean to you as well, and fighting towards the victory 2024?
Once again, I think this party needs to galvanize all the experienced hands, both in parliament and in government, to be able to help lift this country out of where we find it. And I believe that that was what informed the decision of the delegates in my constituency. Given all the other people who were contesting, they found me to be a more experienced and capable hand. Not that they are not qualified, they are equally qualified, but then they just took a decision that I'm probably the best person given the circumstances. The same way that we all think John Dramani Mahama is the best person to lead the country now and to lift us out of the difficulty that we find ourselves as a country.
How united is the party into the election as well? Finally, before I let you go, how united is the party towards the victory you are talking about?
Usually, immediately after primaries like this, you have some little divisions, some differences. A day after primaries, you can expect some little friction. But the good thing is that we have about a year and a half, to sort out our differences. So I believe that the minor frictions that we see now will be resolved in the next 3, 4, 5 months. And by 2024, when we kickstart our campaign, I believe that we will have a very united front.
Great. I'm grateful. Honorable, thank you so much for speaking to us as well.
Thank you very
and
much.
I wish you well as well.
Thank you very much.
Grateful. So there you heard Honorable Ayariga speaking to us on the show as well. Let's get interactive with some other people or big wigs of the party who are gathered here this afternoon. Let's get to interact with my next guest is John Jinapo, who will join me soon, so we get to find out what this victory of John Mahama and he himself means to the party going into the 2024 general elections. Honorable, thank you so much for joining us on Wezo TV. First of all, congratulations on your retainment of the seat.
Thank you, thank you.
When I was coming yesterday, I saw something on a billboard. This is NDC zone, with your picture and John Mahama's picture on a big billboard. What does that mean?
Yeah, all I'm trying to say is that Yape Kosogo is NDC's territory, and so it's a no-go area. Indeed, in the last election, President Mahama increased the margin and increased the votes. And so this election, our determination is to even increase it more. Because normally, you might find it easier to win the parliamentary seat, but when you pull up the presidential and increase the margin, it can counter other places and ensure that President Mahama wins. And so, as for the Yape Kosogo constituency, we are more than determined, we are poised, we would do everything we can to ensure that President Mahama does not only emerge victorious, but increases the margin and widens that margin.
Usually, after every internal elections, there is this bitterness, there is this disunity. How formidable would the NDC be ahead of the 2024 elections, and what does that really mean to you?
I think that the delegates are very clear in their mind. If you observe the pattern of voting, the NDC is hungry for power. If you look at the level of suffering, the level of mismanagement, the economic downturn, the suffering cuts across the fabric of society. And so if you look at the voting and the pattern, and even with the MPs, it's clear that the members within the NDC know what they want, they know what they are going for. That is why you are not seeing that level of acrimony. And so even when people lose, they are very much quick to pledge their support to the party. Yesterday when we were in Bole with President Mahama, almost all the losing and winning candidates called on him and pledged their support. And so the level of unity, the level of enthusiasm, the level of readiness is unprecedented, is unparalleled. And I'm confident that come 2024, we shall win the elections hands down.
I'm grateful, Honorable. Let me not take too much of your time as well. Thank you so much, Honorable John Jinapor, who has also retained his estate. And he says his territory is a no-go area for the other political parties. Joining me on set is Honorable Haruna Idrisu, who is also here. Honorable, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
How are you doing?
Great.
You should be a happy man that indeed your boss is back to lead the party into 2024.
Very exciting moments for the NDC party that today we formally will unveil the leader of our party, Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who we are all convinced is ready to wrestle political power from the non-performing New Patriotic Party government. It's time we end their misrule. It's time we end their misgovernance. It's time we end the crashing economy with its consequence on the hardships of the Ghanaian. And it is John Mahama's time. Overwhelmingly, the party have endorsed him. What we need now is to unite around him, unite together with him, work with regional, constituency and national executives to constitute government. And I'm sure, inshallah, we'll do so in January 2025 after the December 7 presidential and parliamentary election. We are proudly, Tamale South Constituency is proudly hosting this event. The UDS falls within the political area of my constituency, which is a strong NDC constituency. And we look forward to President Mahama making his policy speech and accepting to lead the NDC into victory.
Honorable, there is this history in the past that, of course, after every internal elections, the NDC seemed to be a bit divided. People have walked out of the party to form their own party. Is there a likelihood of that happening this time around?
A political party everywhere in the world is a foundation to the building of multi-party constitutional democracy. It's an amalgam of individuals with diverse backgrounds, diverse interests. But I think that a 98.9% overwhelmingly shows that there will be unity. We'll reach out to those who lost. I'm sure President Mahama himself will do that personally. And he's already assured me that he started giving some assurances to some members of parliament who may not seek re-election and those that have lost as to how he would position them in his future government.
Oh, no, finally, before I let you go, because the program is soon to start, maybe your final words quickly.
My pleasure. Congratulations to President Mahama. Congratulations to everybody who has made it. We look forward to free, fair, credible election by an independent electoral commission. What is important, as I've said, is the unity of the party. And I'm sure that, like Tamale South, you can't break our needle here. Everybody should go and get focused on your polling station, and everybody should get focused in winning a polling station for John Dramani Mahama, and he will be present. As for Nana Adudankwa and Paumbia, he's a monumental figure.
I'm grateful. Thank you so much, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, for speaking to us. Let's get to speak to the special aide of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Honorable Joyce Bawa Muktari, who has been part of this whole process from day one till this particular one. The momentum is gradually getting high. Of course, I mean, people are clamoring for the return of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. It happens at times. The overexcitement builds up in this way, and it happens this way. Thank you so much for joining us, Auntie Joyce, for you. Well, so tempers should definitely be calmed down. Of course, quite unfortunate, but Well, so it happens. It's a usual thing. It's a usual thing. It's a usual thing that people are so happy and they get so enthused whenever they see who they want. They are always happy whenever they see who they want, and of course. Well, so let's go. Let's move on quickly. Madam Joyce Bawa Mokhtari is here. She's been part of the whole process from day one. How do you feel? How do you feel now that indeed your boss has won yet again to lead the party in 2024?
Excitement. Giving glory to God for this fantastic feat the boss has achieved. I would like to give all the thanks to the good host, Mikey, for bringing us this far. It's been a very, very long journey. With all sorts of issues, but John Dramani Mahama has been resolute. He has stood firmly on the ground. He has worked very, very hard. He has led his team with panache, excellence, and knowledge. And above all, his wisdom has been one of the greatest assets for the success of this campaign. You know that Professor Joshua Alabi is the convener of the John Mahama 2024 campaign. He has led the team Project 2024 with such flair, grace, and magnanimity. It is never easy when you are managing human beings. It is also not easy when you travel the length and breadth of the country canvassing for votes. It is even more difficult when you have to drive many, many miles and with so many people. All in all the 16 regions that we have visited, each of the regions has given John Dramani Mahama a resounding victory, a fantastic victory, one that needs no further explanation, but one that says one thing, that in all humility, we should say a very, very big thank you to all of our supporters, the rank and file of our party, the many people who have made this possible, those who have contributed in cash and in kind, to colleagues of ours who have worked tirelessly to produce a campaign on this level. The notices, the announcements, the updates, the messaging, you name it. It has not always been easy. And today it is all glory to God that we are thankful that He has brought us this far. Indeed, in terms of our campaign message, it has been very, very simple, very succinct and straight to the point. For the many members of Parliament who canvassed for votes for our candidates, we are truly grateful. And I heard the boss speak to the fact that not everybody made it. Some of our parliamentarians, some very great individuals, have also lost the primaries, but he has asked everybody and reached out to each and every one of them, both the victors and the vanquished, to come together so that all together we can build the Ghana we want. You know, in the course of the internal campaign, he has also been making some very, very, interesting promises about the welfare of the party. So we have to wrap up quickly on this one. The welfare of the party, the health of the party, matters to do with the party in terms of buildings for the party. I'm grateful. We would have to go. We would have to go. I know we have time to talk about this again. Yes, of course. Thank you so much. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you too. Thank you too. So there you had a personal aid to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. The moment you have been waiting for is here. HE is around. Let's cross over to the main auditorium where the program itself will begin. This is Wizard TV. Stay with us.
So I said, I sit down with Bibia a day. And she has said, Miss Row Bibia said, 1 year in a home, Mama and Coco Pa, near John Dramani Mahama, Emra Power. Yes, a sign for fire and tree, Yapesa who toy, Yapesa or Sambaya incarnated in Yana or ye. As you know, there were GDS only your bet me and the youth unemployment. At the moment, no, we are school since 2018, but Yanya permanent employment. Michelle Yura John Dramani Mahama was say, aha by operation 100% votes from Senny West and the man Yura John Dramani Mahama.
Intia, Yepese, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Esan Babium say, or no, or Abadaye, Edema, or Mangana.
Mama Mreno, me 2 by 600, me 20 motu, and then me 2 by 1,000. Mean to me, uncle to bicycle, cry.
Senior high school, sir, Papa Nebesi, ye. There be a subbe, Obi Yale, Obeda Crano, Sabina Eden, but Papa no at me a forso, I must animate
on the 13th May, no. And you are no mess about BBR or BBR one, your best sorry waka. Now you are what 2 abano in numbers.
BMP 50%, 60%, you percent more true, and more than 90% near who say ampa. I be a for no, na only Majumai, and to much my the marshal and Munyamo, Sarquine so.
Say your man Panida John Dramani Mahama, Ewo Maimon, and Kakajama Tiffy Mansima, Kukua as a Huda, nay say ni papa.
And say ye Jano, Yakofa Nipabia Manaba. It's I say, a dear I won't a bit me up why Jama enough.
Say you say Jane, a sign back. Because you share the Ghana, I won't share any money you woman. It means on any pa, or sign by obey to me, am I want me a toy?
Ono no ma jaman of wo yetimi ho nkania ebenya kwan papa faso ono a
enti enne de ya ye papa John Dramani Mahama ababedu enchen e pese me kamati mamfo nyina hu se ye papa no esan ba biem
en wey e communal labor obi ansor na yento aba e ma John Dramani Mahama
executive ni nyina yento aba no emfa mai papa John Dramani Mahama no nya 100%.
Yeda Omampenyi Dada John Dramani Mahama say oje penny said the Ghana for nyina ensu friend say on sambe sum ye bio no waji atum say obaba be sum ye bio
we eyefie entakwa enya abontin entakwa
mesre mabunu omo ye delegates a omo betu aba presidential primaries say mo nyina mo pie na mo hwe na mo nto aba ne kese ma His Excellency the former president John Dramani Mahama
baby a Ghana do say no and yet try and error the our experience the why bida and I had no call
me gina ha me catch obi biara delegate bia say your constituency a branch executive obi biara mo no ho modern say na ba bia no obi abeto na ba ama Your Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
People have been saying that a proper good does not market itself. It is those who know the worth of the good who will bear eloquent testimony. That like salt, if it is in a soup, you don't need anybody to tell you of his presence.
I'll say yes 1,000,000 times that he should be president of the Republic of Ghana again. He's a man that delivers on his word. He's a man for the people. He's a man that listens and ensures that what is best for our nation is done.
I have heard in the media that people are expressing interest, but that is what democracy is all about. It's about competition for power. But as far as the rank and file of the NDC is concerned, I don't think that there is anybody now who can beat His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
President Mahama is the only choice that we have. I guess that every Ghanaian knows today that the NDC has one candidate, and that single candidate is former President John Dramani Mahama. And he represents our best foot forward as a party, and he also represents one of the best presidents in the sub-region.
President Mahama exhibited extreme tolerance, what his predecessor hasn't been able to do. The other thing he did was consultation. President Mahama never believed that he alone had the knowledge and could resolve all the problems. I think that that's a mark of a good leader, and that distinguishes him from what we are witnessing now.
We aren't going to try anybody again. We are going for somebody who has done it before and has shown records of competence.
President Mahama left a positive, indelible mark in the sands of time in this country. That's why today Ghanaians are looking at President Mahama with so much nostalgia. And I've always said that, you see, you don't realize the importance of your buttocks until there's a well on it.
I'll be flabbergasted if anybody within NDC even want to contest President Mahama. President Mahama, for me, is outstanding, and I don't think that there is any need for anybody within NDC to contest him. Of course, we are in the democratic institution, but the fact that we practice democracy doesn't mean that we must just allow anything to happen.
As long as the sun rises and sets,
there is hope.
John Dramani Mahama is our hope for a better tomorrow.
John Mahama to deliver a better Ghana, a familiar Ghana.
Why go in search for something new if you already have something that works?
John Mahama is the NDC, and Ghana's only hope today. Choose experience and not experiment.
John Mahama, the politician you already trust and believe in.
John Mahama,
competent,
reliable,
and modern.
GM to come, including even the MPP themselves. They need change of government. We need a competent, down to earth. We really need a political surgeon.
Biase be susu kata ye ohia be John Dramani Mahama natural bova. Egma John Dramani Mahama enya amade yike duwo ngbe le epe won teteme. Yifi ya be me duwo ngbe no yike matenwa wo.
John Mama efe ko ha wo loye wa danche. Ne ebomode ha wo. Ene wo loye po wo wole manche ni mancha jete John Mama
Mimi say aboso kan eye ba bia o be ka say high MPP for yi but NDC for hapa ena ne sise bia o de ba ya na buwa yen e che na do de no because e kwakọ yi niema bia ya say ya ka bibia opo ni nyansa na da
bia ne la abo moto elenche wo na ekopo wo yi woli aka ke dollar iwo no fe no etemwe shike no bi etemwe polenche e ba ko ni wo yi wo yin scan wo na anu wo ba yi
time ni wa wo jatun dollar yen 17 plus bi aneka ba 12 ko mo a wo jatun 17 tebeta o chi o jatun onya o che no
na wo de niam anko ye kura o obi ba na obi a opa bibi no kura o bo price na no okọ complain no o nipa na ba beto no anka to di complain nam se na nkenye wo so a wo ton ade no so ye nto hwe ti hwe nkwaso
time ni mama baba no na ball moto ye 8,000 bi an te almost 300 and something million e jala wa wonye wo he mene kumo analo kwako ni machine ete 300 million wonye wo hey ko ahe net one boundary ete 2000 price
ndi entum nkra nyama o entum nkra nyama with this current value ya dollar we do entum nkra nyama nti se je mo anje bi kra na most no control dollar na bredo obodu 4.5 na hwe fuwale how much was it 14 cedis
line and a ton 1 cedi 50 pesos and they do 7 cedis entina ama ye bre ye ntumi chese ye djuma we de sisi de egu kra wo be ye djuma ndi kakra obenya no wo de better light chese la emu line ne ne ama wo better we we no na hwi nkuta entini de ye djuma we de aban we be gu no
mpesa gie me baba no mafu wo bo na ye den enko form sesi aminu kasa sesi ano part bi ami tonu 3 months ago 45 sesi aminu kasa no eye 12,000
no ni anu wota wo neighbor ji oni bi fefe basa wono kono ko yi suku na ka free education wo bi ye na mi bi yen wa me fofoi
suku e be na me yo eyele years abo bi ane ayele suku e totu 1 totu 2 totu 3 totu
Oko pon akatamanso a port expansion bi a wa ye ho nti eboa ma mi koyi mi niam na be ma me ho anha me abrabo so eno ane wa nti de odi kan kira o de be ma ho anha wa se nipa na ye di na chi ene ne bobra
GM ba minyim de the way now in what the economy obotu wa manage no wa yam obi an mfil obotu wa ye hwe ECG ne time no so obaye oye
no ye galaxy nam le John Dramani Mahama obenye be lefe fe akpeve pe blave fe manifesto ikewo wona Ghana tikoa egede Ghana de come vidiji oji hefonu pleo hebi agbo so fe no megbe hafifu efe manifesto nufu heden konebe the people's manifesto
wato woni moko John Mahama aba challenge moko kala aka challenge
John Mahama le promise sani ale unopposed ajage legeno John Mahama na Akufo-Addo balaka o age yensonu hwe nwosonu ohwe ni efe wo 419 wo kemoko je NDC party yemi leun ne ba de ge wo solo ohwe leun ba fe wo 419
prime minister na ya na ese mo ka contest le because mo fear mo no baba wo ba yebo hands down no ameka gba me na o yen kapule ka e ka children home e ka gbeke biye
abrabo so eno ane wa nti de odi kan kira o de be ma ho anha wa se nipa na ye di na chi ene ne bobra
GM ba minyim de the way now in what the economy obotu wa manage no wa yam obi an mfil obotu wa ye hwe ECG ne time no so obaye oye
no ye galaxy nam le John Dramani Mahama obenye be lefe fe akpeve pe blave fe manifesto ikewo wona Ghana tikoa egede Ghana de come vidiji oji hefonu pleo hebi agbo so fe no megbe hafifu efe manifesto nufu heden konebe the people's manifesto
wato woni moko John Mahama aba challenge moko kala aka challenge
John Mahama le promise sani ale unopposed ajage legeno John Mahama na Akufo-Addo balaka o age yensonu hwe nwosonu ohwe ni efe wo 419 wo kemoko je NDC party yemi leun ne ba de ge wo solo ohwe leun ba fe wo 419
prime minister na ya na ese mo ka contest le because mo fear mo no baba wo ba yebo hands down no ameka gba me na o yen kapule ka e ka children home e ka gbeke biye
Say ye man panyi John Dramani Mahama be ye ewo maimo enkaka jama itifi emansimwa kukua asehuda na eso eni papa
ense se ye gya no ho ye kofa nipa bia ma ne ba isan se ade a ewo no mu no ebetimi aboa ye jama no
se ye pese JM esan babag because ye share na Ghana aho kire ene amane ayewo mu na yetimi so no nipa osan ba obetumi ama ye ho atimi atoye
ɔno na ɔma German of yɛtumi ho nkane a ɛbɛnya akwan papa afa so ɔno a
enti ɛnɛ de a yɛ papa John Dramani Mahama abebedu yɛn nkyɛn mepɛ sɛ meka ma timamfo nyinaa hu sɛ yɛ papa no ɛsan aba biem
wei ɛyɛ communal labor obi ansɔre na yɛnto aba ɛma John Dramani Mahama
executive no nyinaa yɛnto aba no ɛmfa mma papa John Dramani Mahama na onya 100%.
Yɛda ɔmanpanyin dada John Dramani Mahama ase sɛ wɔgye pene sɛ deɛ Ghanafoɔ nyinaa ɛsu frɛ ne sɛ ɔnsan bɛsum yɛ bio no wɔagye atom sɛ ɔbɛba bɛsum yɛ bio.
Wei ɛyɛ fie ntakwa ɛnyɛ abɔnten ntakwa.
Mɛsrɛ mmabunu no ɔmo yɛ delegates a ɔmo bɛto aba presidential primaries sɛ mo nyinaa mo mpie na mo nhwɛ na mo nto aba no kɛseɛ ma His Excellency the former president John Dramani Mahama.
Baabi a Ghana adu sesei no ɛnyɛ try and error deɛ ɔwɔ experience deɛ wayɛ bi da ɛna yɛde no kɔ.
Megyina ha a meka kyerɛ obi biara delegate biara sɛ ɛyɛ constituency ɛyɛ branch executive obi biara mmɔ no ho mmɔden sɛ n'aba biara no obi abɛto n'aba ama Your Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
John Mahama Tesolo, the top this aperture, 600,000, and then you top 2 million. It's a price to go so.
I said, as it will be BIA day. And yes, Mr. will be BIA say 1 year in a home, Mama Yanko Pa, near John Dramani Mahama, Emra Power. Yes, it's time for fire tree. Your person who toy, your person all Sunday incarnated in Yana or ye.
As youth, no, there were GDS only will be about me and the youth unemployment. At the moment, no, we are school since 2018, but Yanya permanent employment. Me say you John Dramani Mahama was say, aha, by operation 100% votes from Sunny West and the man you John Dramani Mahama.
Here, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, esan ba bi mu ne say ono o abadaye edema o man Ghana.
Mahama mre no me tuba rebe 600 me ton ye koto moto ene me tuba rebe 1000 me ntumi enkoto bicycle kura
senior high school sa papa ne besi ye da bi a sabe obi yale a obeda kura no sabe na eden ba papa no atumi afo so ama sa ne me nyina
on the 13th May no anuanu mo mesre se ba bibiara wono ya be sori waka na ya kwakoto aba no in numbers
BMP 50% 60% ye fese moto e mo nya more than 90% ne hu se ampa aye biafo ono na oni madwuma ye enti ma ye de ma hyele ni mo nya mo sa kwan no so.
Media near make actually John Dramani Mahama and say, ya fino, say ye woo.
Yeah, you shall know the 30 if you shall know.
Nana say free education, a free wasa. Just say registration fee, but register krano. 10 million, a could ask the only room dear.
I Papa John Dramani Mahama time. Or to me see E block MI. Offers to say, would you amuma school no honum akonya ne nneoma bebre e be well finished e honum amanfo bebre awia
no bia nim say me a business woman afi we business na abo me ya me mboa no inshallah no mbra
na ya gina wa tu ya afi no say yesu
obi a all experience and name mark in Tampo South and the year man 100% of our support.
My message to JM is he shouldn't worry. He was not even supposed to come here because the work has already been done. Under his tenure, we saw a massive improvement in terms of infrastructure, development, and so many other things. We can only point to developmental projects within the district, and those things are in his credit. The delegates who are going to vote, the constituency executives, the branch executives have all decided that they are going to vote massively 100%. I am for a JM, and then I'm just preaching that each one should vote for JM. We are assuring him that
he is not going to miss one vote from Nkransa North.
I can focus on say Ayebida and Etwano so.
Yeah, Papa John Dramani Mahama Abawanchi na yehwe ahokeka branch executive for moye delegate abato ayeba be koimu de. Yesro mo say ye any other option can ye Papa John Dramani Mahama ho. Ono na ye obi a obetima be rescue Ghana.
Me kan akire ye party members executives no say obi biara ya waba bi nne na de wo fie wantumi amma bi say ommoa na fe onsane ma ye ma ye wura enko biem na nyuma pa obeye ye no ensan to aso
ehun be hia say ye be ma ye Papa John Dramani Mahama aba be di NDC anim na wakọ akọkọ okon kese no age akonwa na amaye na nyuma pa oye no abeto aso ama Ghana afa ne ntuma pa afra.
I endorse John Dramani Mahama as our next flag bearer and our next president for 2024. Let him build the school, let him build the hospitals.
Bono region, for instance, we have almost 5 polyclinics. That was when GM was in power. But as it stands now, there's not even a single polyclinic that has been constructed by this government.
All I want to tell JM is he should count on time constituency.
I trust he can do more than better.
Ghana is sinking. The only person who can bring Ghana out of where we are now is JM.
I'm ever prepared to go and then vote for JDM. And I'm also urging all other delegates to do same as well.
Go for JM.
I am for JM.
Vote for John Dramani Mahama. He's the man to do better for Ghana. Mahama for all.
Our people have been saying that a proper good does not market itself. It is those who know the worth of the good who will bear eloquent testimony. That like salt, if it is in a soup, you don't need anybody to tell you of his presence.
I'll say yes 1,000,000 times that he should be president of the Republic of Ghana again. He's a man that delivers on his word. He's a man for the people. He's a man that listens and ensures that what is best for our nation is done.
I have heard in the media that people are expressing interest, but that is what democracy is all about. It's about competition for power. But as far as the rank and file of the NDC is concerned, I don't think that there is anybody now who can beat His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. President Mahama is the only choice that we have. I guess that every Ghanaian knows today that the NDC has one candidate, and that single candidate is former President John Dramani Mahama. And he represents our best foot forward as a party, and he also represents one of the best presidents in the sub-region.
President Mahama exhibited extreme tolerance, what his predecessor hasn't been able to do. The other thing he did was consultation. President Mahama never believed that he alone had the knowledge and could resolve all the problems. I think that that's a mark of a good leader, and that distinguishes him from what we are witnessing now.
We aren't going to try anybody again. We are going for somebody who has done it before and has shown records of competence.
President Mahama left a positive, indelible mark in the sands of time in this country. That's why today Ghanaians are looking at President Mahama with so much nostalgia. And I've always said that, you see, you don't realize the importance of your buttocks until there's a well on it.
I'll be flabbergasted if anybody within NDC even want to contest President Mahama. President Mahama, for me, is outstanding, and I don't think that there is any need for anybody within NDC to contest him. Of course, we are in the democratic institution, but the fact that we practice democracy doesn't mean that we must just allow anything to happen.
As long as the sun rises and sets,
there is hope.
John Dramani Mahama is our hope for a better tomorrow.
John Mahama to deliver a better Ghana, a familiar Ghana.
Why go in search for something new if you already have something that works?
John Mahama is the NDC, and Ghana's only hope today.
Choose experience
and not experiment.
John Mahama.
The politician you already trust and believe in.
John Mahama, competent, reliable, and modern.
Want GM to come, including even the MPP themselves. They need a change of government. We need a competent, a down-to-earth.
By his side is his beautiful wife, Her Excellency Lordina Mahama. John Dramani Mahama, of course, is the flag bearer for the National Democratic Congress going into the 2024 general election. He pulled a total of 297,603 votes, making a total of 98.9% of the votes across all 275 constituencies. It is the first time that it's ever happened in this country that a presidential aspirant will pull 98.9% of the total votes in an election. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the man who redeveloped and expanded the Tamale Airport, the man who led to the extension of the Tamale Teaching Hospital, the man who came to meet and kill Dumso. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the man who constructed the Terminal 3 of the Kotoka International Airport, not the construction of the Pokwasi Interchange, the man whose name sends shivers down the spine of his opponents. He's a visionary leader, he's a builder, and he will build the Ghana that we want. Ladies and gentlemen, you may now be seated. Thank you very much. Eyezu, 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 Eyaza, Eyezu, Eyaza, Chobai, 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 Chobai. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Joining us now this afternoon is His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the flag bearer of the NDC going into the 2024 general elections. Can we make some noise for him, please? Hey! Hey! Of course, sitting right next to him is none other than his beautiful wife, Her Excellency Lordina Mahama. As you're very much aware, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama pulled a total of 297,603 votes, making 98.9% of the total votes across all 275 constituencies. Please, he deserves a round of applause. It has never happened in the history of this country, and he's made it happen. This is the man who redeveloped and expanded the Tamale Airport, built the extension of the Tamale Teaching Hospital, saw to the construction of the Fufu Solar Road. He's the man who came to meet and kill Dumso that we are presently experiencing under this government. He constructed the Terminal 3 Airport of the Kotoka. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the man who saw to the construction of the Pokwasi Interchange. He's a visionary leader, he's a builder, and he will help build the Ghana that we want. He's the man who's been at the steering wheel of this country before, and there is no doubt that he is on his way to transform this country once again come 7 January 2025. We've seen him do it, and we will see him do it again, inshallah. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has traveled the length and breadth of this country. He's interacted with party delegates, he's interacted with party executives, party faithfuls, and the general citizenry of this country. And once again, he's demonstrated his readiness to leave the NDC and to leave this country once again, and of course, to build the Ghana that we want. With a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome His Excellency John Mahama. Eyezu, Eyezu, Eyezu. Your Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress, Your Excellency Mrs. Lordina Mahama, First Lady in Waiting, the National Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Johnson Asedun Ketia, the General Secretary, Fifi Kwete, and all national executives, regional, constituency and branch executives here in present, invited guests, chiefs and people of Tamale, ladies and gentlemen,
topore kapahariza zungo dapselngo yinto kwangi manga injina ne top song Jilmalana His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Welcome all of you to the multi-purpose auditorium here at the University for Development Studies for the post-flag bearership election address of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I wish to thank all of you once again on behalf of His Excellency and the NDC for joining us here this afternoon. It's important, ladies and gentlemen, that we thank Allah Almighty for bringing us here this afternoon and for giving His Excellency the victory. And of course, we shall now invite Sheikh to usher us into the hands of Almighty Allah before we kickstart the event. And so, Sheikh Samuel Isa, if you're here with us, Sheikh Samuel Isa, Sheikh Samuel Isa. A round of applause for Sheikh, ladies and gentlemen.
At-Takbir, At-Takbir, At-Takbir. We are most grateful and thankful to Allah the Almighty. Shall we all be in prayer mood so that we show to Allah that we are very grateful and thankful to Him, having brought us this far, and we still have a long way to go. It is He who can lead us right. It is He who can protect us. It is He who can guide us. May Allah make all these things possible for us, starting with the prayer of granting His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, praying that Allah grants him good life, long life, and good health. Again, all forces that are on the ground and yet to come to enable us continue this fight successfully. Those that are there, may Allah put blessings onto them. Those that we do not have, may Allah bring them to us. We also pray that sincerity is what we put ahead of us and follow. For He, Allah, indicates in the Holy Quran that when you are sincere and Allah identifies sincerity in you, that is enough for Allah to make you succeed, even if your inputs are not enough. We pray that we all are sincere. We have seen the indications of that for oneness of purpose that we all have had. We also pray that we have a body that presides over elections in this country, and we have security forces that are to ensure that everything goes smoothly without any hurdle. Whatever thing that needs to be done with regards to these particular, to ensure fair and successful election, may Allah make us realize and see it. Whatever thing that will come to make it go a way that nobody is anticipating or expecting, for that matter foul, may Allah save us from that. We are also praying that Allah the Almighty, the needed resources to travel across the length and breadth of the country to ensure that whoever we need to reach out to ensure the fellow comes out to cast his or her ballot fairly, freely, may Allah enable us have those particular resources. Those resources that we do not have, may Allah enable us have them and help us have a very successful effort and fight to ensure that we really come to the end of the journey, and at the end of the tunnel we have success being ours. May Allah also make us come December 7, 2024. May Allah make us get there and have our able leader who has exhibited, he practiced it, he experienced it, he did it, he executed it, and now he is resting. May Allah bring him back to continue with the experience and fix whatever broken economy that we are facing today. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. قل اللهم مالك الملك تؤتي الملك من تشاء وتنزع الملك ممن تشاء وتعز من تشاء وتذل من تشاء بيدك الخير إنك على كل شيء قدير تولج الليل في النهار وتولج النهار في الليل وتخرج الحي من الميت وتخرج الميت من الحي وترزق من تشاء بغير حساب اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم وبارك على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
All right, thank you very much, Sheikh Samuel, for that wonderful prayer. Eyezu, Eyezu, Eyeza, Eyezuza. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to introduce a man who served as a member of parliament for the Krowo constituency and the Greater Accra region from 1997 to 2001. He was a Minister of State for the Greater Accra and the Northern regions respectively from 1997 as well to 2001. He was Ghana's most influential public sector leader in 2012. He did some amazing work when he was the Vice Chancellor at UPSA. In the year 2020, he was in the race to become the flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress. He contested against His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Today, he is the convener of the John Mahama campaign. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome to the podium Professor Joshua Alabi, who is the convener of the John Mahama campaign, to speak on behalf of the campaign team. Choboy! Choboy! Choboy!
His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Your Excellency our incoming First Lady, the General Secretary, the Chairman and the General Secretary of our party, Professor Nana, our former chairman, Honorable Ofosu Apofo, our minority leader in parliament, and the immediate past minority leader, Honorable Idrisu, members of the National Executive Committee of the party, members of parliament, the chiefs and people of Tamale, friends of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests, esteemed members of the party, and devoted supporters. It is an honor and privilege to stand here before you today as a campaign convener, as we gather here to celebrate the acceptance of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, our flag bearer, our incoming president for the upcoming elections. This momentous occasion marks a significant milestone in our democratic journey as we come together to rally behind a leader who embodies the values, principles, and aspirations of our great party. Today, We stand united in our unwavering belief in John Mahama's ability to lead us to a brighter and more prosperous future. These years of dedicated service to our nation has consistently demonstrated its commitment to the welfare of the Ghanaian people. His leadership has been characterized by compassion, integrity, a deep sense of understanding of the challenges faced by our communities. Ladies and gentlemen, its essential job for Ghana is one that encompasses equity, social justice, and economic empowerment for all. He recognizes the urgent need to address the issues that affect our daily lives of our citizens, from quality education and accessible healthcare to job creation. Under his leadership, we will work tirelessly to bridge the gap that divides us and build a Ghana where every citizen has equal opportunity to thrive. And that's what we mean by the Ghana we want. We gather here not only to celebrate His Excellency John Mahama's acceptance, but also to acknowledge the collective strength and unwavering commitment of our party members and supporters. It is your dedication, hard work, and tireless effort that has brought us to this moment. Your unwavering belief in the ideals of our party, your resilience in the face of challenges, and your determination to see a better Ghana have been truly inspiring. As we move forward towards the upcoming election, let us remember that our success lies in our unity. We must stand shoulder to shoulder, working collaboratively to promote our shared values and principles. Together, we will engage with the Ghanaian people, listen to their concerns, and offer tangible solutions. Together, we will forge a path of progress and development that will resonate with every citizen in this country. I urge each and every one of you to continue to work hard, bring our Vision 2024 to a resounding victory. Let us have this and enthusiasm generated by John Mahama's acceptance to mobilize our communities, to engage in meaningful conversations, and to inspire change level. The journey ahead will not be easy, but with excellency, John Mahama at the helm of us, guided by our unwavering support, we can overcome any obstacle that come our way. To express my deepest appreciation to His Excellency John Mahama for accepting the call to lead our party once again. In fact, he has no choice. Where Nana and Bami have taken us to, like I said somewhere, they've taken us to relegation. In the Premier League, you don't do well, you go to relegation. And we need a very strong hand to bring us back to the Premier League. And luckily, We have His Excellency John Mahama, who has the experience and what it takes to do that. He is doing this not for himself. He is doing this not for we assembled here, but he is doing this for our children and our great-grandchildren. I also extend my gratitude to each and every one of you gathered here today, as well as those who have worked tirelessly behind the scene. To the regional, that's the regional committee, constituency coordinating committees, our ward committees, and the branch committees, I say Ayeko for a very good job done. Thanks very much to the project team. And for once, we need to know some of the members of the project team. We have, if you are here, we have senior comrade Kwame Pripra. He's here. We have senior comrade Professor Kwamina Ahoy. He's here. We have senior comrade Kofi Totobi Kwachi. He's here. We have comrade, I'm not coming to the comrades. We have comrade Julius Deborah. He's here. Where is he? We have comrade Madame Vare Sawyer. She's here. We have comrade Callistus Mahama. I called him the field general. He's here. We have comrade Omadi Buama. We have comrade Joyce Bauer. We have, in fact, this particular comrade, I would like us to give him a very nice sound of welcome. He's been able to position the party. He's been able to make our message across. He's been able to push our message to the whole world. And he's no other person, very strong young man, Comrade Stan Dogbe. Let's clap for him. There was a clear sense of purpose from the team. And we understood each other. And with cooperation, we were able to achieve our target, His Excellency. We gave ourselves above the previous figure of 95%, closing to 99.99%. Excellency, we made 98.9%. It is your dedication that keeps the flame of the party burning bright. Let us embark on this journey with renewed determination, unity, and unwavering belief in the principle that guides us all. Together, we will write a new chapter in Ghana's history, one that is defined by progress, prosperity, and inclusivity for all. Ladies and gentlemen, as this chanter, I would like to do an emotional thing. Our task as a project team is to get the party a flag bearer. Not just a flag bearer, but an experienced flag bearer. One who can lead us to victory. Our other task is also to get the country a president. who will move us from relegation to Premier. Ladies and gentlemen, before you, after His Excellency's acceptance speech, we, the project team, are handing over to the party a solid man who is capable of achieving all that for us. I know under the leadership of General Mosquito and the General Secretary, the party will take very good care of him because we did. On this note, thank you, and may the spirit of our party guide us towards a victorious future. Thank you very much. I salute you all.
The victory of Muhammad.
Me, Ajia, Christy, and Adem, since 92, Temebo Party Wapo. Me serve constituency Wapoma as women organizer. Achem region aga serve as deputy regional women organizer. Me pami support or me na te John Mama. Ayen or peeling jam. Atuesite. A varatita ni na kubuti to Borla Abasi. So the lata sala kama ayon wa me na 13th May. Adanja wa made up our support at John Mama. Waka number 1 on the ballot paper. Tabaranjam. But to one ataku for jam party to Esitenka at a time nabla or varsita in the Nakodepo Abasi. Thank you.
The victory of Muhammad.
The reason why I want John Mama is the best person that will come and help Ghana out. We are in a ditch. And he's the savior. And he's the protector. He's the man to put it on a survival route. So I urge all delegates, I plead and beg them to make sure they endorse John Mama as I endorse him. Our fathers, delegates, fellow comrades, fellow Akatamosonians, I beg all of them to make sure they endorse President John Mahama to continue on and continue well as he was continuing and holding the country as well for us. I believe in my heart that if John Mahama comes back to power, he will help the nation and continue on the development.
Choboy! Ladies and gentlemen, don't you just admire Professor Joshua Alabi? Let's give him a round of applause once again. Now, this is a man who I admire so much because he's demonstrated exemplary leadership. He's demonstrated love, genuine love and concern for the party. And if you ask me, as a political party, these are the kind of people that we look out for. People who, after contesting their opponents and not making it, come on board to support them, to push the collective agenda of the party. That's what we expect in the NDC. And I hope and pray that today, all candidates who did not make it at the just ended primaries will leave behind what happened on that day, come on board, so we all push collectively the Ghana We Want agenda. Come 7th December 2024. I'm eager to see His Excellency John Dramani Mahama sworn in as President on 7th January 2025. And of course, Her Excellency Lordina Mahama, First Lady in waiting, would be there on that day. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to quickly acknowledge the presence of the chairman of the National Democratic Congress, the national chairman, Johnson Asedun Ketia. We also have in our midst here, ladies and gentlemen, the former chairman of the party as well, Mr. Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo is here with us. The General Secretary of the NDC, Mr. Fifi Kwete, is here with us as well. The National Vice Chairperson, Chief Sofo Azoka, is here with us in the house, ladies and gentlemen. We also have the running mate to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama in the 2020 general election, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman is here with us as well. Dr. Valerie Sawyer, former senior policy advisor to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, is here as well with us. Ladies and gents, the member of the NDC Council of Elders, Council of States, Alhaji Hudu Yaya, is here with us in the house. We also have the Northern Regional Chairman of the NDC, Mr. Adolf Ali, here with us in the house. And of course, I would like to acknowledge all our regional chairmen, regional executives, and as well former executives who have traveled to join us here in Tamale this afternoon. We also have the host member of parliament who gave His Excellency 100% in his constituency. Ladies and gents, the member of parliament for Tamale South constituency, Honorable Haruna Idrisu. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of all members of parliament here in presence. I can see a large number of you. Unfortunately, I cannot mention all your names, but we see you and we acknowledge all of you. Ladies and gents, we also have the minority leader in the house, Honorable Ato Forsen, is here with us. And of course, all elected parliamentary candidates, we do acknowledge your presence. Mr. Julius Debra, the former Chief of Staff, is also here with us in the house this afternoon. Please give us a wave wherever you are. Thank you very much. Ladies and gents, at this juncture, I shall now invite the man whose love for the NDC can be traced back to his days at the University of Ghana, where he was very active in party politics. He rose to become the party's propaganda secretary, which we now call the National Communications Officer. He is a former member of parliament, a former deputy minister of state who also rose to become a minister of state, and he now occupies the enviable position of general secretary of the National Democratic Congress. He's none other than Mr. Fifi Kwete. A round of applause for the general secretary of the party.
Eza, thank you very much. And I want to stand on all existing protocols to acknowledge every single one of you who here, members of the great family of the NDC. I want on behalf of every structure of the party, starting from the branch level through the constituency, all the way to the national level, to thank every single one of you who have done everything possible to make sure that the recent presidential and parliamentary primaries came to a very successful ending. We are extremely very grateful because it's been a very tough challenge and a battle, and I'm sure we have signaled to the country that this dress rehearsal is just the beginning of even the greater battle ahead of us come December 7, 2024, and we are showing we are ready for that bigger battle. I want to use the occasion to say that the choice of this great city clearly cannot be a choice by accident at all. Tamale, the heart of the original northern region, as far as I'm concerned, is known as a place for courage, a place for brave men, and a place for truth. So it clearly cannot be an accident that we are choosing this great city to be the place where we are going to welcome the leader of our party into the battle 2024. I said courage, bravery, truth are going to be very important principles if we are going to win this battle that is ahead of us. I want to also say that the choice of the dates itself is significant. 44 years ago today, a seed was sown, which was the beginning of the seed that brought about the transformation, let's call it the reconstruction of Ghana. When this nation hit the lowest level, after the great job done by Kwame Nkrumah, we started a decline, and that decline continued into the mid-70s. Exactly 44 years ago today, on the 15th of May, something began that saw the beginning of the transformation again. And it's not an accident. It's not an accident at all that again today, at a time where the very soul of this nation has been totally destroyed, the psyche, the fabric of Ghana has been totally brought down. We are at the lowest level on our knees, economically, politically, culturally, and at all levels. We have chosen again 15th of May to start a flame that I believe is going to bring again the rebuilding of this country, and this time to rebuild it for good. What I want to say is that we expect that the courage that was brought about on that day of May 15th will be the courage that we will take into the battle 2024. The selflessness that was brought about on that day of May 15 will be the selflessness that will guide our battle into 2024. Every single one of us, whether you are going to be a polling agent, whether you are going to be a branch executive or executive at the constituency level, at the regional level, at the national level, or every aspect of our party, we expect that courage, selflessness, love for party, love for nation should be the pillars on which we stand. And once we can stand on these principles, there is no way the battle ahead of us, which is a battle for the very of our country, cannot be won. Ezu, what is ahead of us is a battle not just to rescue this country, but to be able to really restart the reconstruction of our country. And that reconstruction must start with a reconstruction of our very beliefs, our attitudes, the things we stand for. President Mahama is known as a man who built the country. Of course, the building of this country started with the founder of our party, continued, especially through Jerry Rawlings, continued with Prof. Mills, and President Mahama during his time proved to stand on the shoulders of these great leaders to actually demonstrate the capacity for building the country. I believe a lot of that building will continue from January 7, 2024, when by God's grace, by Allah's grace, we get back power. But what I want to urge is that the building that we are looking for, the infrastructure that we were looking for from 2025 must begin with the infrastructure that every single one of us who are in this party must start having inside of us. We must start becoming infrastructure of truth, infrastructure of selflessness, infrastructure of people who love this party, who put ourselves second and put the party first. Infrastructure of people who want to do what is right to the betterment of our nation. And if we all can become this great infrastructure, then the job of reconstructing Ghana come January 7, 2025 will become an easier job. So my prayer is that fire that was lit in this country on May 15, 1979, that fire will guide us again. That fire will be the beginning of the transformation of this country again. Just as this country was at lowest ebb, and that fire 44 years ago led to that reconstruction, I pray that the fire will again guide us. Will guide President Mahama, will give him the selflessness, the love for party, the love for nation, the courage of conviction, the truthfulness, the love, the dedication for this nation, so that we'll be able to do what the millions of our people expect of us. Great family of the NDC, we thank you. We thank you for every single thing that you have done to help us through the difficulties that we went through. And a lot of difficulties were faced. But through our perseverance, our dedication, and especially our commitment to making sure we do not disappoint the millions of our Ghanaians, we were able to win every step of those battles. But that is simply the beginning. The real job begins from today. As we now have a new leader who is going to be leading us into that battle, that journey begins again. I want to say thank you very much, every single one of you. And remember, cadence may go, cadence may come, but the revolution has come to stay. Revolution has a long way to go, but has come to stay. May that fire of May 15th light all of us up and make us to love this country, love this party, and do everything we can for the reconstruction of our country. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause once again for the General Secretary of the NDC, Mr. Fifi Kwete. Before I proceed, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of some of our chiefs who have joined us this afternoon. Jimana Chang Tubonda Tubole Tunan and Shabankana Tapsong to Zungo Dapsulongo Yua Katanyaba Kabangba Bananye in Yabe Kasulilana Yakubu Zungo Obepe Chelakat Pahanutu. He also doubles as the chairman of the Council of Elders. Here, a round of applause for Yeb Kasulilana Yakubu. We also have in our midst this afternoon Viting Pana Lana. He's a representative of the chief of it. A round of applause for him as well, ladies and gents. We also have Bimbali Wura, HB Bremer. He's also here in our midst this afternoon, ladies and gents. Round of applause for Chief. He's also the former member of parliament for the Salaga constituency. We have Inyeb Tolong Lana, Major Retired Suleiman. A round of applause for him as well. You can tell by the applause that he's a man loved by many. We also have Alhaji Mahama Al Hassan, who is the Kotokoli chief. Round of applause for Alhaji Mahama Al Hassan as well. Inyab Palalana is also in our midst. Inyab Nyang Palalana is in our midst. Inyab Nyang Palalana, the chief of Nyang Palala, is here with us. Inyabu Warbu Alana is also here with us, ladies and gents. A round of applause for him. We also have Inyab Kuna in our midst this afternoon. Round of applause. And then we have the chief of the Yoruba community, Alhaj Imran, also here with us this afternoon. Ladies and gents, the chief of Choguna is also here. Chana is here with us this afternoon. Round of applause for him. And of course, the chief of Tamale, Inyab Dakema, is here with us this afternoon. Round of applause for him as well. At the beginning of... Pardon? Okay, we also have Chief Al Hassan in our midst this afternoon. Chief Al Hassan is in our midst this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for him as well. At the beginning of the event, I should have introduced myself. My name is Ewura Adams Karim, and so I'm taking the opportunity to do that now. Ladies and gents, the man I'm about to introduce, as a matter of fact, needs no introduction. He's worked at all levels in the political landscape of this country. He's been an assembly member. He's been a member of parliament. He's been a minister of state. And he's been the longest ever serving general secretary of the NDC. A round of applause, ladies and gents. I'm not done, but you already know who he is, I guess. At the time when people were needed to reorganize the party and to save this country, this man was present. In fact, his name is synonymous to the NDC. He's the only general in Ghana politics, and his name resounds in every nook and cranny of this country. He's the mosquito whose bite causes pandemonium in the camp of his opponents. With a round of applause, ladies and gents, help me welcome the national chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Johnson Asiedu Nketia, with a huge round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, with your permission, I would like to stand on the protocols earlier established by the previous speakers so we can save time. Today, I don't intend to deliver a long speech because this is an event to listen to the newly elected flag bearer. Indeed, it should have happened on the election night in Accra. But because he had to come to the north to cast the vote, it could not happen. So we have come to continue the program to its conclusion. I don't also intend to take the press attention from the wonderful speech we are about to expect from the new flag bearer. I just want to add something very little to the presentation by my General Secretary. He did a good job in reconnecting today with the past 44 years ago. There's a little bit of it that was omitted. And that is to say that 44 years ago started the political journey of a man who was destined to be 3 times the President of the Republic of Ghana. And that was President Jerry John Rawlings. I have heard it being said throughout this campaign that somehow there is no history of any president who has sworn with our state source 3 times. Maybe they haven't learned the history properly. Because President Rawlings swore to the nation 3 times. First, as the chairman of AFRC. Second, as the chairman of PNDC. And the third, as the elected president of the Republic of Ghana. We never chose this day consciously, May 15. It just happened that today we are repeating history in another form. President Mahama is going to be the second president to swear to this nation for the 3rd time before he leaves. He has already sworn twice. He swore as a president after the unfortunate demise of President Atta Mills. The second term when he was elected as President of the Republic. And January 7th, 2025 is going to conclude the history making of this country, because he is going to swear with the state sword for the 3rd term as the President of the Republic of Ghana. This tells you that the man comes with divine guidance. Rawlings was chosen at a time when the nation was at a point we considered to be at the lowest ebb. We hadn't seen the work of Akufo-Addo yet. So at that time, we thought that that was the worst this country could come to. But today, those who can compare will realize that we were joking in those days. And that the real bad times of Ghana, the worst time of Ghana, is today. So if divine providence had chosen President Rawlings to rescue the country in those days, today President John Dramani Mahama is being chosen to do the work that has been left uncompleted by President Rawlings. Ladies and gentlemen, with these few remarks, I'd like to leave the day for our new king. Thank you very much, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Kalijima, but you know more basi. The bisang maswadi acheng.
The victory of Muhammad.
Mami bising matava chale President John Mahama. Jabuni swati tayo pelin jamla. Kaya John Mahama ni jambola. Nina jang karo. Bisinga jambu school kanal ini. Bisa pisa che school. Kaya yor kalijiwa training kalijima. But you know more basi. The bisang maswadi acheng kalijiwa. So for the manya joma na jambola ngate dia jam basa kuma abaswa mina abanya dita dade yoro na pamba ngadi da pomada le fuelwa ajuele so tla wonde ne jowa mina yekere on 13th mewa at ba vote man pelita joma ma apelen jam so ta we kuma wa mina yekere to vote joma ma at 2025 ni chela kama pelin jam kama sese kadal bo masindila tanyi wa mina jam.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Youth Home Cultural Troupe. Thank you very much, Youth Home Cultural Troupe. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Youth Home Cultural Troupe. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Youth Home Cultural Troupe for that amazing performance. And of course, such graceful dance steps by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and Professor Nana Opoku Agyeman. Indeed, on the 7th of January 2025, we'll be taking those graceful steps into the Jubilee House with His Excellency John Dramani Mahama as President of the Republic of Ghana. Inshallah. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I would like to invite a man that I admire so much, and of course a man that so many youth across the length and breadth of this country admire so much for his charisma and how youthful and passionate he is when it comes to issues of this country. After being a student leader for several years in the university, he transitioned into mainstream politics, where he rose to become the national youth organizer. I'll come back to this man, but before that, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of some chiefs that we have in our midst. Of course, we have Tanda Ura Al-Hajj Muhammad Amin. He's in our midst. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gents. We also have, ladies and gentlemen, Sanaru Panlana. He's a representative of the Sanargu chief. He's in our midst, ladies and gents. We also have Dungu Wulana Al-Hassan, who is representing the Dunguna. We have Nyala Shena, who's a representative of the Nantona. And we have the Northern Regional Chief Imam as well in our midst, Al-Hajj Abdul Salam, and Lamashana Al-Hajj Ziblim, Lamashana Al-Hajj Ziblim is also in our midst today. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well, as I was saying earlier, I said, after being a student leader for several years in his tertiary educational period, he transitioned into mainstream politics, where he rose to become the national youth organizer of the NDC. He became a member of parliament after winning the 2004 parliamentary election. He is a former minister of communication, a former minister for trade and industry, a former minister for employment and labor relations. And I repeat again that his constituency gave His Excellency John Dramani Mahama 100%. He is none other, ladies and gents, than the former minority leader of the NDC and member of parliament for Tamale South constituency, Honorable Haruna Idrisu.
Excellency John Dramani Mahama and Mrs. Lodina Mahama, I now can understand why this morning the First Lady to be requested that she wanted the husband to be ushered in with a traditional dance. Little did I know that Excellency had learned his steps as he responded to the beautiful melody of the Lusuma. National chairman of our party, general secretary, minority leader, campaign coordinator, Nanuma, I'm standing on behalf of the people of Northern Region. Our proud Northern Regional Chairman, Adolf, supported by the local constituency chairman, Vito, Alhaji Abdul Rauf Zanier, And on behalf of all the constituencies here, including regional chairmen that have traveled far and near, to welcome you all warmly to Tamale. Tamale South Constituency and the UDC is the proud host of this historic, auspicious, momentous occasion to cement the will of the NDC party faithfuls. Nanembejo Excellency Mama Kana Ompuhe Kapai. Na only you assembly, na only you assembly. Unkam kana na only nang abarkanang. My task is a very simple one. To introduce to you the person that the NDC overwhelmingly and massively endorse. To say that it's overwhelming may be an understatement. I can only say a near unanimous 100% declaration for Excellency John Dramani Mahama. That is a manifestation that the leadership and the rank and file of our party across the nation have made a unique pronouncement of their support and solidarity to his bid to the presidency. He comes to the presidency with some unique characteristics. At least for John Dramani Mahama, he is not the sketch. He is a full portrait, not the sketch. He is a full portrait of a leader. And for him, public service is a calling. And he's only come back to lead the NDC to rescue our country, as was described by the national chairman, for the country being run to its lowest ebb. Nana Addo Dankwa and Dr. Bawumia have run this economy to the nadir of economic failure, manifesting in excruciating hardship, manifesting in the destruction of the private sector and businesses. The man to rescue it is a man I'm here to introduce, Excellency John Dramani Mahama. He also comes to this office with 5 important characteristics. Professor Joshua Alabi summarized a few of them. I will add just a few. He comes to this office with character, temperament, integrity, and compassion. At least he is not the president who will tell you that I'm not going to IMF and finally return to the IMF. He is not the president who will tell you that there will be no haircut, no thanks to the minority leader. He is not that president. At least he comes to that office with integrity and with character. Following the deception of the new Patriotic Party government on Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the people of the NDC have spoken, and have spoken loud and eloquently, that they need a rescuer. That rescuer is a person I'm here to introduce, John Dramani Mahama. One significant thing about him is that he is not going into this office. He goes back to the office of the president with the extract of the wisdom after self-introspection, having been president and having walked back at their failure, to come and exercise better judgment in the governance of our country. May you now join me with a round of applause and with ovation to welcome Excellency John Dramani Mahama to give his post-flag bearer speech. On behalf of Nanuma, the people of Tamale, and on my own behalf, we are excited, and we should thank the National Executive and the Flag Bearers Office for making UDS and Tamale South the venue for this occasion. Excellency John Dramani Mahama, you may now graciously address the NDC gathering. God bless us all, and may God see him through to be President of our Republic on January 5, 2025. Susa, Nanambeto, just one for Nanama. I think you can no go public about Cargolo, Bama and Casoro, no Marcoble. I usher in John Dramani Mahama.
Thank you. Let's resume our seat.
Today on the shock our nation deplorable condition. Ghanaian, how did we get to this point? Wait, doesn't Ghana belong to all of us and not some few individuals?
You just read my mind.
Why must someone come and spoil all that has been built for over 60 years and we still need to build it again? It's all because of the future of our children and their children. Building the Ghana we all want together.
Thank you very much. I wish to begin by thanking the Almighty God for the blessings and favor He has continued to shower on me throughout my entire political career. And I'm guided by the quotation from Romans 8:31. And it says, "What then shall we do? What then shall we say about these things?" And it concludes, "If God be for us, who can be against us?" I want to start by acknowledging the chairman and members of Council of Elders of our great party, to recognize our National Chairman, Ketia, our General Secretary, Fifi Avi Kwete, and the entire National Executive Committee of our party. I also acknowledge with gratitude my former chairman, Honorable Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo, my running mate in the 2020 elections, Honorable Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, our regional chairman and regional executives, and all our constituency executives, and especially our kingmakers, the branch executives, supporters and sympathizers of the NDC. And also to recognize our revered traditional leaders. Even though some names were mentioned, out of respect, I will just mention a few of them again. And we have Nayab Kogana, Nayab Tolonna, my uncle, Nayab Kosulana, who's chairman of our Council of Elders and has done a yeoman's job in uniting the party here in Northern Region. Nayab Nyankpalana, who was recently installed, I wish to congratulate him. Nayab Warbogulana, and my good friend and elder brother from long ago, Nayab Lamashena, Nayab Chogo Na, and the Dakwema of Tamale. I wish to acknowledge all of them. I also wish to acknowledge our minority leader, Honorable Ato Forsen, and to also acknowledge our host and my younger brother, Honorable Haruna Idrisu. And all our members of parliament who have taken time to be with us today, and my fellow countrymen and women, the general viewing and listening public, I want to say thank you very much. I must add very quickly how happy I am to be speaking here at the University for Development Studies, the UDS in Tamale, having earlier launched my campaign at the University for Health and Allied Sciences in Ho, in the Volta region, two universities established by our great political tradition, the NDC. Yesterday, Sunday, 14th May, was Mother's Day. Let me use this opportunity to extend my Mother's Day appreciation to my wife, Lodina Mahama, and all Ghanaian women, fellow Akatamansonians, with profound gratitude, I humbly accept to be the presidential candidate of the National Democratic Congress. I dedicate this victory to the founder of our party, Jerry John Rawlings, to my late boss and mentor, Professor John Evans Atta Mills, to my former Vice President, Kwesi Bekwin Emisarata, and the many hundreds of our senior comrades who labored to build this political tradition that we have the privilege of leading today. And thank you for your vote of confidence and for your unshaken conviction that I am the most suitable person with the experience and vision to lead our party, the NDC, to victory in 2024. We must win the election to enable us build the Ghana we want together. I pledge to lead you to a resounding victory come December 2024. Let me, on your behalf and on my own behalf, acknowledge the contribution of Dr. Kwabena Dufo, former mayor of Kumasi, Kojo Bonsu, and Mr. Ernest Kobia, for what they have done towards enhancing the internal democratic systems of our party. I also wish to thank the staff of the Electoral Commission for their support in making our parliamentary and presidential primaries a resounding success. My special thanks go to Mr. Srebo Kweku and his district election directors for working over and above the call of duty to ensure a successful election. To you, the kingmakers of the NDC, I say thank you for electing me with as resounding 297,603 votes, which constitutes 98.9% of the total valid votes cast. This margin of victory is deafening and emphatic and resounding, and it is indicative of the unwavering singular intent of the NDC to win the 2024 election. As I crisscross the length and breadth of this country, clocking about 13,000 kilometers, I was reminded at every stage of the journey of the enormity of the job that is ahead of us. I accept this onerous responsibility placed on my shoulders with absolute humility and a deep sense of respect for the tough tasks that lie ahead in resetting our beloved nation Ghana to one that allows us to regain our lost glory. Ours is a nation that led the decolonization process in Africa, a nation held up as the model of democracy and governance in Africa, a nation of prudence in the management of its economy and resources. This victory is not about me, John Dramani Mahama. It is about our people and the creation of a society that allows our citizens to live a decent and dignified life. It is about expanding access to health care so that our mothers and sisters will not lose their lives carrying out their biological duty of procreation. It is about the little children whose promising future is cut short because of a dangerous boat crossing in search of an education. It is also about managing our economy and finances in a manner that does not require us to appropriate the lifetime investments of our retired senior citizens and the middle class. This victory is about raising security and investments and funds for future generations, and not just for spending in a day. It is about restoring trust once again in our institutions and engendering love and pride in the name Ghana. But first, we must win the elections in 2024. And that will require from all of us hard work and winning the trust of the people of Ghana. The NDC and Ghana's interests must therefore continue to guide and bind us all together as one people from one great family. From today, right here in the hall of the University of Development Studies, I declare that the internal competition for the flag bearership position is over. You have chosen experience with vision over experiment, and I'm confident that in December 2024, Ghanaians will make that choice that puts us back on the path of building the Ghana we want together. We must flip the coin from competition to cooperation. We need cooperation to build a better Ghana and a better NDC. I'm therefore calling for cooperation among all elected parliamentary candidates and your aspirants and supporters. Incumbent members of parliament who lost their primaries must also keep their heads up. You remain heroes for the good job you have done and continue to do. We need your experience and talents for the honors job that faces us when the good people of Ghana give us a mandate to steer the affairs of this country once more. Above all, we need you in the remaining 1.5 years of your parliamentary mandate to carry out your duties in Parliament with dedication and commitment to safeguard the interests of the Ghanaian people. And I wish to assure you that I intend to meet with these MPs at the earliest possible opportunity. I wish to assure you that you are still assets of the party, and we shall make use of the talents and experience that you have garnered. The party needs you and will continue to rely on you as we seek to win election 2024 and change the destiny of the suffering people of Ghana. We must remain one solid family. Let me emphasize and urge all of us as members of the NDC to rededicate ourselves, commit our energies and resources to work hard to win 2024. I assure you of my open-mindedness, my open-door policy, and my commitment to run a government that will be based on merit and competence. Let me reaffirm my unshaken commitment to offer the needed support to our parliamentary candidates and all constituencies to make certain that we secure a healthy majority in the next parliament. What this means for our party is that we must conclude the outstanding parliamentary elections as soon as possible so that we can focus our resources on the campaign for the upcoming national elections. I assure you that together with the national chairman, the general secretary and other executives, we will plan and campaign very vigorously with clear objectives and strategic outcomes. We owe it as a duty to our country to do so, and we shall. On this note, as I dissolve my innovative, hard-working and successful campaign coordinating team led by Professor Joshua Alabi, I wish to thank the team, my staff, my security, the media, the NDC regional chairman, regional and constituency campaign teams, and of course my wife, Lordina, my children, and my siblings, some of whom are here. Stand up, let them see you. Thank you. Thank you. And my siblings, and all others who are on this journey with me. I can never repay you for your generosity, dedication, and love for me and for our country, Ghana. Let's hold on to hope. Ladies and gentlemen, we must urgently commence building the Ghana we want together, because our dear nation Ghana is sailing through perilous seas. Our socio-economic foundation as a nation has in the last few years not only been threatened, but has been fractured and dislocated. Corruption and the raid on the public purse have come to a crescendo. The rights of citizens, including journalists, no longer matter to this government. In the last 2 years, Ghana has dropped on the Press Freedom Index. Our national health insurance scheme is comatose. The scheme is starved of funds by the government capping policy and the refusal to release proceeds of the National Health Insurance Levy to the National Health Insurance Authority. Patients are faced with an empty scheme that only ensures retrieval of their medical folders and consultation. Even basic drugs, such as analgesics, cough mixtures, and antibiotics, must be purchased by patients themselves from the drugstores. For the first time in our history, retirees and the middle class are facing the existential threat to their survival and financial stability due to gross mismanagement of our economy by a grossly inept finance minister and economic management team. For the first time in known memory, newborn babies are unable to access the full complement of their childhood vaccines. Yet these newborns and the younger generation also face the heavy burden of inheriting a suffocating national debt, which stands at almost 600 billion Ghana cedis, the equivalent of over 100% of our GDP. Only a fortnight ago, the government recalled members of parliament, and the main purpose for this recall was to approve a further $710 million, more debt to compound the already choking national debt. Ladies and gentlemen, the lack of vision and prospects by government is patently discomforting. And that is why we have no option but to win election 2024. This is to reset our country on a path of transformation for progress and prosperity. I come to you, the good people of Ghana, and I say there's hope for our country. That hope will emanate from our very selves as a resilient nation, a people with a passionate appetite for progress and prosperity, a people capable of rising from the ashes of catastrophe like a phoenix to build a stronger and smarter nation to serve our needs and wants. This hope also springs from a leadership that is willing to accept responsibility and fix the problems rather than pass the buck. A leadership that is honest and does not lie to its people. A leadership that is consultative and willing to build a consensus in solving the challenges that confront Ghanaians in their daily lives. I have an unshakable conviction. I believe and I know Ghana shall rise again. My vision for our beloved Ghana aligns with your expectations for a better Ghana, one that we're going to build together. Beyond my vision, ladies and gentlemen, our Constitution also gives us hope. It creates the foundation for our fourth Republican democracy, a democratic dispensation that is still the best form of government and which we must guard and protect. Because however abysmal and appalling the performance of a government is, the people have an opportunity to make a change at the next election. Clearly, the Akufo-Addo and Bawumia NPP administration has failed to meet the expectations of the Ghanaian people, and they must prepare to bow out at the next election. And they must start preparing their handing over notes and get ready to account to the people of Ghana for their stewardship. Yes, there's hope for our country. I firmly believe in our collective ability as a party to lead a transformation agenda that restores decent values, revives youthful aspirations and ambitions. Ours will be a progressive government that provides equal opportunities for decent and sustainable livelihoods. I'm convinced that by working together with Ghanaians, we shall turn Ghana's hopelessness and gloom today into a better and brighter tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, let me dwell a bit on the destructive elephant in the room, which is the economy. Literally and figuratively, the government's economic management team has displayed grave incompetence, mismanaged Ghana's economy, and inflicted severe hardships on Ghanaians, including the elderly and the young. Ghanaians now know the address of the so-called solid economic management team, in quotes. The chairman and members of this economic management team have become the butt of jokes in people's homes, in the marketplaces, in restaurants, on social media, and on the airwaves because of their misguided commentaries both in opposition and government. As a leader, your word should always be truthful. It should be sincere and honest. It should count for something. If you're not truthful, you lose the trust of the people. Prices of goods and services continue to see extreme increases with devastating effects on the livelihood of Ghanaians. The price trends reflect the inflationary increase from 15.4% in December 2016 to over 40% presently. Unfortunately, as inflation rises, employment has not improved but has worsened. The growth rate of the agricultural sector, which was 2.7% in 2016, despite all the sloganeering, was a paltry 0.7% in 2022. The manufacturing sector, which stood at 7.9% in 2016, dipped to 4.5% in 2022. And the construction sector has gone down from 8.4% in 2016 to 4.2% in 2022. Sometimes, when I read about these terrible economic trends coupled with credit rating agencies downgrading Ghana, I ask, what has happened to the unprecedented resources that have accrued to the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government since 2017? No government in our Fourth Republic has had the sheer amount of resources that have been made available to this particular government. And yet they have been unrelenting in hiding the truth. The fact, however, remains that by March 2020, the pre-COVID era in Ghana, the national debt had already increased by 100 billion within 3 short years. And this shows a steep rise from the 120 billion in 2016 to 225 billion in 2019. Indeed, the budget deficit of 7.5% recorded in 2018 had at that time exceeded the legally accepted threshold of 5%. Ladies and gentlemen, The combined effect of the critical economic indices before COVID-19 and after COVID-19 points to one truth. The immutable truth is that the NPP has blatantly mismanaged the economy of this country. And we cannot allow them to continue holding Ghana's progress in reverse gear. Ghana is not for a few people alone. Ghana is for all of us and generations yet unborn. As I said, we must rise like the phoenix, rising from the ashes, renew, reform, and liberate ourselves from this misrule on December 7th, 2024. And this is why I'm running for president in 2024. And this is why you voted massively for me on Saturday, May 13th, 2024. I've proposed a raft of measures and referred the government to our NDC 2020 manifesto for policy alternatives. These measures still apply today because we are neck deep in an economic crisis. The first thing, government must take responsibility for this messy economy arising from its reckless borrowing and mismanagement of the country. This is going to be one of the immediate actions of my government, God willing, when voted into office. I'll lead a process to set a standardized limit for public borrowing. Government has refused to cut expenditure by reducing the size of government and adjusting the compensation and allowances of appointees and profligate expenditure. The president is rather appointing more people and continuing to recklessly overspend. Only recently, he appointed a CEO for mortuaries and funerals. John Mahama and NDC government will respond to the concerns of the Ghanaian people proactively and drastically cut down on the number of ministers and other government appointees. There will be no room for wasting the taxpayers' money on the comfort of government officials. The NDC will reconsider the tax exemption regime, ensuring that any exemptions that are given are beneficial to the Ghanaian people. We'll further ensure that the extractive sector operates within a mutually beneficial tax environment for the stability of our exchange rate. We'll seek to make Ghana benefit more from its finite natural resources, and will encourage indigenously owned Ghanaian businesses that have the technology and capacity to operate their own productive mining concessions by themselves to do so. We have done it before, and we will do it again. Together with my team, we will enhance investor confidence in our country to attract credible domestic and foreign investors, especially in the manufacturing and light industry sector. This we will do by being transparent and not concealing economic data, such as the budget deficit, public debt, and our net international reserve. Even as we await the board of the International Monetary Fund's approval for Ghana's requested bailout by the end of May or June this year, we expect that the finance minister will urgently present a mid-year review budget to Parliament, which would include any agreements they might have reached with the fund, and also one that critically cuts down government expenditure. The 2023 budget and financial statement presented to Parliament last November currently is riding on stilts with no stability. And this is why I insist government must immediately, upon approval of Ghana's program by the fund, review the 2023 budget to reflect the realities of our economic situation today. My fellow Akatamonsonians, fellow countrymen and women, unemployment is a national security crisis today. Unemployment is at its highest level in the history of Ghana. And what must be done to help in ameliorating the challenge has not been done. From January 2025, the next NDC administration We'll work to transform our economy, diversify our exports, ensure value addition to our production to create more jobs. Agriculture and agribusiness shall be one of the key anchors of our economic transformation plan. We will launch a program akin to the Operation Feed Yourself and Feed Your Industries program of the early 1970s. This is geared to make Ghana self-sufficient in basic staples and curb unnecessary imports. We will seek to make indigenous entrepreneurs capture, in quotes, the commanding heights of the Ghanaian economy. In our previous stint in government, we sought to achieve this by strategically prioritizing the Tamni irrigation project, rehabilitating the Via and Tono irrigation projects, all in the Upper East region. We supported the Avnash rice processing factory here in Yankpala in the northern region. We provided fish storage facilities along the entire coastline of Ghana, and we prepared the Commander Sugar Factory for takeoff in the central region, amongst others. In the non-agricultural sector, the Wakang ceramic factory, which came alive in the western region, and the Savannah cement factory are but a few of the examples of employment opportunities we created when we were in office. And remember, we also injected 51 million Ghana cedis into the pharmaceutical sector for expansion and job creation. And our foresight became a windfall when COVID-19 struck our shores. Let me restate what I said in Ho during the launch of my campaign for flag bearer. I said we shall promote robust local participation in our banking and financial, telecommunications, tourism, mining, agribusiness, and manufacturing sectors to grow our economy and create sustainable employment for our youth. We will restore indigenous Ghanaian investment in the financing and banking sector. And we will create a tiered banking system that will serve various segments of the market. We will give the opportunity for experienced banking hands who were laid off and needlessly to secure their careers once more and move away from the menial jobs that they were compelled to take. As far as practicable, the banking licenses that were unjustly cancelled by this government will be restored. Ladies and gentlemen, our nation is still at the crossroads with crippling debts and an inefficient and wasteful government. We cannot continue this pathway. It is a betrayal of our people as a leader to keep doing things the same way when the results leave them poorer. I am committed to operating an effective government with no more than 60 ministers. These ministers, together with other appointees of the government, will not be entitled to ex gratia payments after their tenure. As I will make them commit to that undertaking even before the necessary constitutional amendments, including a review of the controversial Article 71, is carried out. I share the view that Ghanaians in the diaspora must no longer have to renounce their foreign citizenship before they can stand for elections or hold public office in Ghana. I personally believe that most of them make up for their absence with the remittances that they send. And definitely, if conditions improve, a lot of them will return home to work here in Ghana. In fact, some Ghanaians in the diaspora have proven to be extremely beneficial to our country. Take, for instance, Professor Frimpong Boateng of the Cardiothoracic Center, fame, who returned from Germany to establish the Cardio Center and has saved. Since the professor's return, he has contributed his significant bit in medicine and in politics. And only recently, an Al Jazeera documentary accusing President Akufo-Addo and his government of organized crime in collusion with a foreigner, it also emerged that the heart surgeon had 2 years ago boldly exposed the duplicity of the MPP government in the fight against Galamsey. His report has opened a can of worms, which I know this president, in his usual manner, will sweep under the carpet, just as many corruption scandals have been cleared by who is called the clearing agent. We shall pursue this matter further and make sure that justice is done. The truth is that this government cannot just wish away the reality that Ghana is not looking good on the Corruption Perception Index of Transparency International. The president no longer makes corruption a pet topic in any of his speeches because corruption has defeated him hands down. The government's baited to suppressing press freedoms and an inordinate clampdown of civil activists, including even members of parliament who dare to expose corruption. And let me assure you, as I stated in Garou in the Upper East during my campaign tour, that I will adopt a robust root and branch approach to fighting corruption. Because corruption is a major source through which state resources are lost. It will not matter whether the people in the corruption are our own people or from some other party. We will continue the constitution review process commenced by President John Evans Atta of blessed memory, and we will carry it to its logical conclusion. This will help to plug the loopholes and clarify some clauses in our constitution and make it responsive to our current reality. My fellow Tamansonians, Ayezu, Ayeza, Ehejo, MFA, hey, 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 thank you. I began by thanking you, my party delegates, for voting massively for me on Saturday. And I promise that I'll fulfill every promise I made to you during my visits to your constituencies. All the promises I made in the 16 regions of Ghana between March and 12 May 2023, I intend to fulfill. I'll be working with the national chairman, the general secretary, and the leadership of our party to build a formidable National Democratic Congress, one that every Ghanaian will be proud to associate with. And Ghanaians should keep in mind that the NDC has provided the most impactful socio-economic and development projects across the length and breadth of this country. I make a firm promise to ensure that our 2024 campaign is fully decentralized by empowering our branches to lead the voter mobilization and voting day canvassing. And they will be supported by the constituency and regional executives, and of course by national and the flag bearer. Empowering the branches and motivating them and ensuring that we deploy the needed material and logistics, I remain convinced will help our campaigning and canvassing in 2024. We must all embrace and support an equitable distribution of party logistics to the branches, because this will strengthen the branches and encourage competition, even as we plan to reward each branch adequately for meeting the targets that we're going to set them in 2024. In the next few months, we'll begin redeeming our promise to help constituencies that currently do not own their own offices to acquire offices. And we'll commence the organization of periodic orientation and training programs by our party school for all our executives. Ladies and gentlemen, and the millions following us from Ghana and across the world, as I conclude before I take my seat, I want to reiterate some of the other commitments I made to the people of Ghana on the campaign tour. I want you to remember them so that you can hold me accountable when I come into office. I'll keep these promises when I assume office on January 7th, 2025, God willing. We will restore stability and inclusive growth in the economy, and we shall rejuvenate the almost collapsed banks and the financial sector. And this will involve sweeping reforms at the Bank of Ghana, because the central bank itself has been a part of creating this problem. I'll create the foundation that will ensure that Ghana will never suffer such a deadly debt management program that threatens to send our elderly people holding government bonds to an early grave and wipe out the investments of the Ghanaian middle class. I'll prioritize local participation in the banking, financial, telecoms, mining, oil and gas, agriculture, manufacturing and construction sectors to generate more jobs for our youth. The Ghanaian young men and women we interact with on a daily basis and their colleagues in other African countries are simply tired of the jobless GDP figures. We will actively attract viable and serious private sector investors to partner government to invest in the productive sectors of this country for more jobs to be created. I will advocate strongly the return of investors who have left because of the poor management of this economy by NPP. This will involve an emphasis on agriculture and agribusiness, and will have a strong focus on making Ghanaians own their own micro enterprises. I'll complete abandoned and ongoing projects instead of rushing to start new ones. We will carry out an inventory of all hospitals, schools, electrification, water and road projects which have stalled or been abandoned, and we will make an annual budgetary allocation for their completion. Beyond the economic front, we will also be very strong on governance, because transparent and accountable governance at all levels remains an assured fuel that fires the socio-economic transformation of successful nations. In that regard, we will establish a governance advisory council to help improve political governance, curb corruption, and ensure the respect of human rights. This council will include representatives of civil society organizations, religious leaders, traditional leaders, and ordinary Ghanaians. And amongst others, they will be empowered to release a State of Governance in Ghana report every year. This report will guide government in fine-tuning our good governance record. And as I said already, I'll run the leaders but most efficient government under the Fourth Republic by appointing not more than 60 ministers and deputy ministers. And I said already, I'll work to abolish the payment of ex gratia and cut out waste and ostentation in government. We shall work with Parliament and all stakeholders to complete the Constitution review process and strengthen the separation of powers. Government procurement is recognized as a major source of corruption and misappropriation of public funds. We will therefore, among other measures, set up an independent value for money office to scrutinize all government procurements that are above a $5 million threshold, or as shall be recommended by Parliament. I will give anti-corruption state institutions unfettered space to operate. The days of the clearing agents must come to an end on January 7, 2025. I'll also set up a commission of inquiry to investigate the matter of looted and stolen state lands. And the same commission will make recommendations for resolving the vexed issue of expropriated Ga-Dangbe lands. And to deepen our democracy, the fourth estate of the realm, the media must also be given a conducive and collaborative atmosphere to operate as the fourth power that they ought to be without threats, harassment, and assassinations. In this regard, we shall speed up the investigation of the assassination of Ahmed Swale. And the perpetrators shall surely be brought to book. We are starting off in earnest, and I'll be outlining other policies and strategies in the course of the 2024 campaign and also in our 2024 manifesto conversations. Let me emphasize that Ghana is in this severe and acute financial distress with suffocating levels of unemployment due to the reckless mismanagement of the economy by the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government. But there is hope, and that hope can be fast-tracked if we choose vision with experience over try me and experiment, especially at this crucial time in our nation's life. The NDC delegates have shown the way by electing me with a definite 98.9%, or in mathematical terms, you always adjust to the nearest number. And so 98.9% is 99%. And this is indicative of their elevated faith and conviction in my ability to provide honest, visionary, and responsible leadership. They did so not only based on our solid record of achievements, but also on the concrete, sincere assurances I've given to transform our cherished country, Ghana, by building the Ghana we want together. That transformation will demand your cooperation, and that cooperation begins from today. In building the Ghana we want together, we will need you, every Ghanaian, including the disappointed NPP members. Including the disappointed NPP members who are appalled by the arrogance, untruthfulness, mismanagement, corruption, and nepotism of their own government. I invite all such persons to join us in this rebuilding mission. We will also need you, every Ghanaian who wants to have a project or program in agriculture, including horticulture, aquaculture, small businesses, manufacturing, construction services, extractive industry, but has been impeded by the illicit demands of officials of this government. The next NDC government is your home. We will need you, every Ghanaian who believes that merit must be recognized and compensated, and not favoritism taking the center stage. And we will need you if you genuinely believe we have had enough of the incompetence and mismanagement of this government over the last 6.5 years. Enough is indeed enough. Ghanaians have suffered enough hardship and misrule from this bungling and rapacious Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration. Let us complete the task we have started by campaigning day and night for your humble servant, John Dramani Mahama. And also campaign for all our parliamentary candidates elected across the country. My brothers and sisters, I urge you to campaign vigorously in every corner of the country, on radio, on television, on Facebook, on WhatsApp, on Twitter, on TikTok, on Instagram. And even in your private conversations. NDC members, our sympathizers, our supporters, I make you this promise. For all those who will vote for NDC, I promise you, we shall protect your vote. . Your votes will not only be counted, but your votes will count in making a change in our country, Ghana. Your vote will propel the NDC into office. And with a team led by me, by the grace of God, we are ready and willing with the vision and experience to build the Ghana we want together with you. Ladies and gentlemen, victory will not only be for NDC, it will be for the whole nation Ghana in December 2024. And when this victory comes, there shall be work and happiness for all Ghanaians. I thank you, and God bless us all, and God bless our homeland Ghana. Thank you.
Development, our God, from vision to victory, the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity, from vision to victory, the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity. Victory! Victory! It's our land. Victory! It's our land. JJ is a winner. Arise for Ghana, of the truck of the land. Farewell and secure future. Development, our goal. From vision to victory, the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity. From vision to victory, the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity. From vision to victory, the NDC shall lead. Stable democrat, Ghana, our strength in unity.
Ghana, attention! Come on!
The victory of Muhammad.
His Excellency Wakasa. Wakasa pressure about town gidi. Also about system ministers. Bam. And the message, you know, Master Mabaso dear. Madam Crawford phones. And then I go through a lot of stress. Now, BBC here. My phone now, me de monitor myself no. Close to 3 hours now me na my phone because me car nya fault. Me car nya fault na say me to America. Me per message etie ye live program. JMO kasa na me hunu me phone. God bless the taxi driver. The phone has been found. Me who phone no. I say me phone no ekura me mate me edia ye juma. Na me dey monitor. I'm so much grateful. Driver no oye ni papa, but you know, me quick assignment to be normal rapport because right from here, as me quarter meeting near Boama Ghana economy, we are building a Ghana that all of us want. This is why we have President Mama we elections, you know. No time for celebration. No time for celebration. Niema mi ansana me beka ho asem. Ba ko ye Dr. Kwabrado for ho asem. baako MPP for no nsem hunu bi o ma sha ase yedi ni ne enho asem a media for ni bi nso jiminti omo so sankwase asem no so eno ye second issue mi wi a President Mahama akasa few messages bi e de be kai madwene ama wo hu de esa wo kwa abonte a wo ka ye ka wi a yapon because I have just 20 minutes for a meeting to start and right we are just working. We are not excited. We are working. We are just working. And we know, say, there is no time. Master for monitoring from no besha you have mommy. Na me hear more my journey will show no so. Idea. We have done about 3 hours live program. We are doing it for Ghana. We are doing it for God and country. Yeah, from the live, almost 4 hours live program. NDC, they carry inside of the story. Big ups to the Wezo team. Fantastic Stan Dogbe. Fantastic chairman Stan Dogbe. When it comes to setup, when it comes to video quality, when it comes to work for NDC Ghana, Charlie, guy near a guy. Stand up with a guy. I tell you, what a package. Mwangasa Moshe JM program no. Mu the quality of video ni saying, mu stage ni saying, MPP for ya. They can't compete this day. NDC are overtaking the government. When it comes to even production, when it comes to even the job, when it comes to content, when it comes to policy direction, when it comes to the message that can bring Ghana back on track, they can't compete us. Now blah 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 blah. And then hold and I can't tell you no more bontin say you say Dr. Kwabrado force or Kwatene party. Dr. Di America de Krata about bontin say Omoboa. Nansa, Chroma issue. Chroma on. Pressure, what Chroma say no. So the NDC for the Agra. Agro bedu. Dr. Krata Babonti was see. Wa ube sa krata ni bi wa bontin se wono kwati political party no. Kache nipa ne se onka no kre baako. Ono Dr. Kwabrado for Winim Hohi. Junior, our copy of the letter. Huh? May the letter and copy send you. It just came. Doctor so on car so kwate party. Na NDC no, onye na dwene se o free NDC num. Endi gogo yin do ho mpaye na omo bono. Onyame wantie. Onyame wanye den, wantie omo mpaye no. Wantie mpaye no. Obi okodwene se Dr. Adofo Onzaka me they send what they check it. Omo dwene se Dr. Adofo and omo se Dr. Kwatrin pe ma hu se frema kura fire from the United States. Chini Jonas sister air fire from United States. You know, obi ani abrese this time no bese Ghana ye. Enti no Ghana no ehun komo na nkrofo di. Enti wa be wadwene so be Chris Cross Ghana bia no wan we ya no ojana yeden account. Ene jemu nsema wo kan direct. Mbamba abandon project our government has started. May budgetary allocation na de bia matwa dwumadi aban ye hospital dodo a yesie schools dodo a yesie nyina may yearly and annual budget allocation for all these projects. Leadership Nana Akufo-Addo wama afari government hospital si wo sign say we government hospital si wo say la general hospital wo buogu waji sika no onfa sika no nye ne yese so wo ye enti John Mahama so oba o meye sa so nsa kan Dr. Adofo let him James was direct today because wasi baby a wadu nya fe no oba be defe no oba ke cancel James say mo abrochire muntie Mo a mo wa abrochire muntie. Diasporian. Muntie. Abrochire for James say, all my young cats are citizen of US, citizen of UK, European Union, whatever, Asia, enuntino. So betimi a play role be Ghana near the passport, yeah the document be near the detail. Meanwhile, so no, the expertise that you are bringing on board, no, it be exceptional. With the bar, the expertise will help Ghana grow. Nimdiana ni panade bano, ebabwa Ghana ma eden atumpo. Nti wose ba ho bano, ma Eugenia Saki nyami enshira. Nyami enshira Benazi Akuvi. Nyami enshira Aya Adams Raymond. Nyami enshira Abdul Mola. Nyami enshira Salifu Ziba Rashid. So, NTJM was direct today. Muamutie nowhere. He was back, no time. Nasa okay ya. Nipo muko tamalino comprises of regional chairman, constituency, the council of elders, nkokore nyina tiapo. So tiase the cadres, the national executives, the leadership of parliament intact. Atu force ntihar na idusu tia. Yako enti bola gusufo na amode Oma ene na metiya yesi kwakwa yi do so won ka so ofiri andisi no na ene ofiri mu kina cho bai kwakwa Stubborn Academy for no ayi so mu ni kwakwa yi do yo mo guest prefect because obi aka no tokwa kra no aka no ho ntokwa no asan akọ no pattern ntokwa no Patrick Wayo Abdul kwakwa yi do obi anka no ntokwa no point mi ka no ho ntokwa owi anu akọ owi anu asan pattern ntokwa no owi anu asan ginam se ntini mi kwin mu mpata me wo se NDC no wan esu ofiri mu ne ofiri mu kira kwaku party no ane na nka ho se yayiu ena nu gwa bla 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 ase do ka tianti mi nka so ma hwen trouble kwaku abai want to be. Oh no, let's move on. What the application beba fabra inti no mu amu wa control. Yera His Excellency John Dramani Mahama say 2025 government na all for me no or the more expertise na mako akwai e will be mine so no or hwese mo de beba on board obi obehia say ye de expertise e ka Ghana de wona ma Ghana ko nanim no he's ready to bring you on board nyame hira Yera Mahama e was akwai no so. And again another or see or you see the language diasporan Ghanaians will be allowed to take active part in government. The diasporan Ghanaians will be will be allowed to take active part in government. If you say they bring a lot of expertise on board. Your mama kawenunti kwa kusa party no ye boada ye na ye party no e say ye na free the na so party no o free mu ne o free mu chira nti jira mosquito mi we am send no WhatsApp say you have a missed call from Yera Kokwa you do say party ni party here. Hey, NDC in opposition and then look at the gathering, look at the setup, look at the interaction. MPP and no mu kwa ye Alan for huru ba omiafo be huru Alan for say no nsano MPP nkwa na kwa ye say a Yera like Chiramantin Ghana man penin papa oba ono de enya digitization na okwaje abosu nemu oba be economy ye okura ni bisa 10,000 na kire ala ba omianso nkrofo aba hey alaji postmaster alaji postmaster alaji digitization won't invest in digitization alaji sukura ni some 10,000 ni omo kira no and na no kra de no omkopie aye bi ase aye no MP bebo ne nsanko ba omiafo bebo om nsanko alanchemantin for Ghana utum say these guys naturally omunye interested in coming together to build one cause. So what you say? Number 2, James say or say I repeat it na semwa waka say or say the potential government one will or say I have not more than 60 ministers and no ex gratia. Emphatic or say ex gratia wa we yefunu say medie ebepe esgracia di ojomama baimuno. He is committed and determined, say, no esgracia in the next NDC administration, which is a beautiful statement. Because esgracia MP Bako, I remember 2017, 2021, Minister Bako bi on man esgracia enam 600,000, 6 billion all cities, one minister. Presidential staffers in Yinaji esgracia, Sebi. There's a presidential staffers 1,048 under President Akufo-Addo. Mahama time no mundu 600. Under Akufo-Addo 1,048. Woman in Beji esgracia January and I said December 2025. When Mahama say it's not feasible, we can't continue. Wabra pensioners are struggling to get their coupons. Our lifetime investment or my day or my program is medical letter say long show. Just highlight. Now, MPP for na shall say ke kan sing hunu bi. Ena me pese me throw fire kakra. Na me de mo hunu se Ghana nya omo dia. Jese Jomama ya ade fefefe. Omo so akobo omo media na pa say monfa propaganda nye den. Entum. Monfa propaganda ntum. Na monke ka Jomama honsem. Monke ka no honsem. Monke ka no honsem na monka no honsem enne news no John Mahama news ni nyina John Mahama mpo enne show ways of for stage live coverage. What a setup. The whole Ghana TV station be for free ways of see a catch am say NDC if we support our own ways of TV stand up with dia see you ready say be support to our ways of be crash it. People will fall on him. Show our demand very solid sound, picture quality, BBI, and this is forward the OYO. Now, guys, will be a support to Wezo. Now, you push Wezo agenda, you raise BB, Hamasem TV. We've been doing all the GEM campaign. GEM said, the campaign team no, and now all dissolve no. I feel no form campaign team on a party, national leadership no, branch, constituency, region, ebe kambum. A forming national campaign team and only a deco face. Or see a bit training in Crawford. No? Like a video, no miss no, unlike it, I like it. On found some more love, and also I found some also. On a comment and so I can comment in the kind. Teresa Tanya me in Shroud. Hey, ya Obrako no. Obra TV. Aquawi says, they were Jibro. O ye den kura obetwa odo beba ball nyina otwa ya woko de ya menka ho big ups o project brekum enebro region. We are ready to support you and engage you in all platforms. We want to give alternative. Oh no, when you bias to say union mo de contractors MPP takura omo say papa onye sa nyame shiro obi bia o support ye yenkambom toda kura si e kan video mbom ne de Ghana nyina babona se ye de ba na ye koyenim aha Masem TV GH den eka ho enkomo etosu mienu kwakwa yin do se NDC ndie moboa muntimi nyini mfiri mu da onko kira ye yi no so se party no de ogiram when obe ompre party na ye wie na fe na mu yi na firi Ismail say o hwe free Qatar. Second topic and say Dr. Dufo Junior onsa kan we no Fato Enchen Mame Dr. de letter Aba Bonti or the official letter Aba Bonti Dr. Ede Krata Aba Bonti Krata no emunsem bini Dr. Kobina Dufo Ede Krata Aba Bonti na dey na mfon yi good mommy enko king kind Dr. Krata junior ya zoom no why say betimi akan ya isakura we dey ji so biem kese aba meda kan adewi to dey biem kese pa mai biem kese ni intimi king kind Dr. Krata no yɛmfa nkyerɛ Ghana ɛne abusuafoɔ Yewia Jomama ne nsɛm a wɔka yi ni nyinaa nso no yɛabɔ ne tɔfa a yɛde bɛto mframa masɛm page o melodu nsɛm a His Excellency ka yi ni nyinaa melodu de agu hɔ na monsa aka bi na moatimi ayɛ den akenkan bi because masɛm de yɛaka sɛ de bia no yɛbɛsom mo sɛ deɛ ɛsɛ yɛsom mo yɛn ayɛ krado sɛ Ghana ɛne yɛfrɛ ne sɛn NDC amanyukuo no ɔno ne yɛsom no nothing more nothing less sɛ Dr. Letton what they at all good near Dr. Adofo pɛ can you now say I have become aware of some concern from the rank and file of the NDC that I intend to leave the NDC to form another party. I wish to state that I have no such intention and remain committed to the NDC as I have always been. The NDC is my home, as it is for us all, and I will always remain loyal to our party. Let us come together towards the cause of victory for our party and progress for our nation. The NDC belongs to us, and we have a charge to keep. It's flame burning. We have a charge to keep its flame burning. So let us get to work. Doctor say we should get to work. Kwabrado for say yenkonko juma. What do you say? Doctor say yenkonko juma. Hey, ni aka no mepesi wo ho no na mo amako akokan. Dr. Kwabrado for wakili mischief ni nyina. We can't wait to have JM back. JM forgive what? Baku Yauza, JM forgive us. We make the mistake in 2016. No what mistake this time round, okay? I said, my new, me here space and you. They are, Obi said they are bleeding. Obi said, hi, James, and so dear, no. Can't you love, or say then, can't you love what? You less, or can't love you less? Yes, ya brak on your person can no. Ya minshra yaw. Bro, I am watching live from Saudi Arabia. Thank you for being part of us. Near Tienye. Abusia ni etieni a 17 nyina say Dr. Adofo say NDC no onyai ne ne onyai ne china wo mo ka say NDC no wo firi mu nyina mo nso o mo say hu ni amede koni ni ame titini say o mo say ni ame titini bi ni say o mo say den ense hunu kikafo no o mo say den ense hunu kikafo no say den o mo say your mama spend this thing o mo say your mama spend this thing 40 million Ghana cedi e dey aye elections or the ama NDC supporters kaska 40 million Ghana cedi or the short code betu we are seeing for the first time a politician has done this. It has never happened before. Say made me short code at all. Kakra obi abenya bia free abrochire he enkrofo do machire no owie enso no issue statement say mo bia nkwaji sika o dem delegate bia sika me John Dramani Mahama me dey ma sika no me dey ato abonten beautiful nyomo nkotuetu omo de o dem no bi o ba o mia game ni bi me te yes abo paponam yes a leader Yami adum leader chama e homba meeting no ya frame no meeting ya frame nipa 297,603 Akoto Abama President Mama, representing 98.9%. Akoto Aba. Near say Abua Papua say Abua Nenchie Ninam say 40 million Ghana cedi, which Oko Chatro no kura we huni nyansa. Nipo amoto aba no kura nye up to the number. Nipa na ba some percentage kura meto aba. Ti President Mama nyansa mu say omo mba na kaska. Obi ntimi nante meto aba ma. Obi ntimi ma meto aba ma na at the end of the day no nka so on nante nsan ko ni kurum. Agye wo mo nsam. So one fever no, but be a befa be a jiwo. Osi ye nin kunimansa, ni edin kunima ono Kwame Dramani Mahama, obeye niema esese efata. Avena, obeye blah blah blah. Your mama se flag bearer competition na eko ne abana wiye, obi amfa me company ne nye den, ento nchen. Ni enkwa yenim wakan with UDS ne waka enti aboa papo no mfo mo nsem hunu no mfiri ho 40 Ghana firecrackers ka enti wi asemba na wiye mo campaign na mo ba be no ye ka kire mo se ye be monitor ni ye be hwekers ka mo de be ma mo delegates. You better bribe on a fridge, I hold a your mamma, the one chair fridge, one chair stove near the other. Omo me anyway, ho. A higher massam TVGH. Abusia for the Mbeka and said Dr. Dofo was a one, NDC in Winjay, Munyintum. Your mamma, Daspra, Mumbosi. But Mamma Minka, Sembian, some upon show no. Papa Sofu Yamin Shirao, or Sofu be bomb pine or se chas. Munyai kwa you do home wasamo, Nagana here, John Mahama. Se munimu a ose John Mama so aye assemblyman da me se ane John Mama so aye deputy minister da me se ane John Mama so aye MP da me se ane John Mama waye deputy minister waye minister da me se ane John Mama waye vice president da me se ane ana ose se Ghana mampani bi ntina konwa so nwuye ema obi mamedi na de da na me se ane no ose se John Mama ebi asi na me se ane. And also, in the NT America, I'm so software, I saw which him. And also, so it is near Quaquan, you do more can say. Mampenia Koyan will be transformed into a viva transform and sign a case. Also, a muntinya mea gene. Or say your mama was born differently. Yankupon born, say, near ma NC da, ena onye. Ain't in a track record as a politician. Obi anyone ma positions are your mama hold you, Edia sum Ghana, and what hold you or Ghana ha, a bin Nikromanum. Nobody has gone through assemblyman, MP, deputy minister, vice president, president, or say Obinsi. So he carries special unction, or use the word unction, or say, Adia sun kubi da your mama trim. Adani trim. Nyame sheda born in Nipebi. Enti adia, nipa nyina ntimi ensi wo mabrabom no, eno no esi wo na brabom. When ye mahunu ni bi o kind of word of wisdom. Or cancel it means a nyansa gu asam na papa so for ne kanachi. Or sinti watch out NDC. Momon ho ban, momon paye, monye campaign ni den. Na obeye mampanyina or no and ebe siki come back for the first time in the history of this country because he was born to do the impossible. And until we now say with God, all things are what? Possible. Bienwa nyami wo mu ayintimi nye to amo keka ndie okoshi wi kakra ba na dia petese ka ho a obetimi akeka nsem ya I am Masem TV medomo me meeting time aso party work ashase. I love you all and God bless you. Nyame shiro bibia ye bezo hiem nyame yadoma anye wo chena da foforo